Hey, how's it going? It's JPChivalry going live with Higurashi When They Cry. Kai, but more specifically, Chapter 5, Meakashi. So, yeah, I told you I'd be back. Just had to wait. Yeah, I think we're gonna finish this. So yeah, the internet went out, right. It was weird. Like, after checking out Ruther's stream, the internet just died, so... I don't know. It was weird. Like, the router was on. It's just... I don't know. So I reset everything. So we should be fine. We should be A-okay with no interruptions. I bet you didn't expect me to... expect me to hear so early, but behold. Hey, guys. I knew you weren't asleep. Because, I mean... Right? Because you woke up during the, right before the previous stream. So, yeah. How's it going, Gus? Did you miss me? Yeah, also squeaky chair. What is today? Today's Wednesday. Oh, wow. We didn't read The Scary Truth for yesterday, so we have to go ahead and do that. You miss me? Oh, I miss you too, Gus. People who experience Capgras delusion are convinced that others, usually those closest to them, have been replaced by identical imposters. Hey, that's kind of relevant. The condition affects both sexes, but occurs more frequently in women, particularly when their husbands make dinner or clean up without being asked. But oh, so when was the last stream again? Well, you see, that was like 9 p.m. last night, I think, thereabouts. No, we stopped at like midnight, thereabouts. Played some Terraria. I'm like almost done with the 200 fishing quest. But I just started hard mode, so now I have to get those fish. It's a whole ordeal. Oh yeah, so today is Wednesday, May 20th. In 2008, drunken New Jersey councilman Stephen Lipsky was arrested in Washington, D.C. for urinating from a nightclub balcony onto concert goers watching a Grateful Dead cover band. I hope Litsky hit the band while he was at it. The only thing worse than the Dead is a Dead cover band. But okay, yeah, I've been awake that whole time. How did the DJ going? How did the DJ go? DJing? I don't know. How did that go? I listened to Conquer's Bad Fur Day club track after you posted. It's still going? Oh man. Well then, have fun. As long as you're having fun, right? Yeah, I listened to that afterwards. I still can't place it. I have to look at the level. Because I can't place that song. Like, what happens in that level. I stopped listening, got sick of my own music. Nice. It's just something you've heard over and over. Oh, man. It happens. But yeah, I don't know if we're gonna finish this. We'll see how far we can go. I have a feeling we could finish this, but anything can happen. It's not the same reality, so I don't know. Maybe different events occur. We'll have to see. Also, there's the music. Perfect time for us to leave. Just one person died. Many more to come. I'm sure. Also, let me take a sip of water before. I mean, why am I asking for permission? I'm gonna do it anyways. I'm gonna drink that water. Anyways, I was having such a happy dream. Satoshi-kun was... How did Effie say it? Satoshi? Satoshi. Kicked up? No. Denying me my water? Gus, how could you? Satoshi. I'm gonna stick with Satoshi. Satoshi-kun was in the dream. He was leading his normal everyday life. You can't, it's illegal. Too bad. He was back on the baseball team. EDA and I acted normally around him because we knew that's how mature people should act. We welcomed him back, as if he had been here with us the whole time. Although he hits well in practice sessions, he still doesn't do well in a real game. Come on, Satoshi-kun. Damn it, now I'm saying it. Satoshi-kun. 3 strikes already? I'm cheering for you. Then Satoshi can't... Let me just have a moment. Then Satoshi-kun pouted as he mumbled. Felt tears pouring down my face. Oh, sniffle. Sniffle. KW, leave. No, don't leave, Gus. Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun. Oh. The happy dream faded out with my sobs. The harder I tried to focus on it, the faster it faded. Soon it was all gone. I could see the bright morning sun through a crack in the curtains. I was in Mion's room at the Sonozaki house. When did I come back? I was crouching in the corner of the room and crying. A dream is a dream. I wished I hadn't woken up. But one must wake up from a dream. We live in a world where there are no dreams, and that's why we always wake up. So I got bored building my partially modern country build in Minecraft. Country build? In Minecraft, so now I'm starting an even bigger, almost 100% feudal Japan empire build from scratch. Nice. Well, good luck with that. I kind of want to do that with Terraria after I finish the journey mode, collecting all the items. Although, 5,000 items. It's a lot. Even when I bring up the menu to duplicate items, it's already slowing down and, like, stuttering. It's very, you know, curious to see how it's gonna work. But yeah, we just started hard mode, so barely have enough. I built an entire country, but it's pretty much done. And this one is gonna be an entire empire? Oh shit. You have to let me see it. Post it in the Discord. Clean my glasses, by the way. It's gotta be done. How can I read these words if my glasses aren't clean? Can I even read? No, it's like blurry. It's so bad. But I wasn't sure if I was the only one dreaming that dream. I meant read without my glasses. Because I felt like Satoshi-kun was right beside me. Satoshi-kun? Did you come back? There was no reply. That was the rule. So my hair is getting in the way. Hold on. If the channel trailer was any indication of how long my hair's gotten, it's yeah. it's kind of a thing. If it was Satoshi-kun, I wish it'd smile at me just once. The central building of the map has quite literally taken 2 weeks so far. I haven't even finished the skeleton of it yet. Oh man. Sounds like a very big project. Well, wish you luck. Get her done. If it was Satoshi-kun, I wish it'd smile at me just once. But Satoshi-kun's presence faded away, as if he were never there to begin with. I heard the phone ring by the front door. Ah, that's right. I was the only one in the house now. I had to answer it. There's no bodyguards or anything. I got up to walk to the front door. It's convenient for her. I felt unsteady, so I put my hand on the wall to support myself. I hardly got any sleep. It was like I had a bad cold. I was gonna say Claude. Boredom projects. As long as it's fun. The phone continued to ring. Probably didn't have to answer it, actually. But I'll still have a sleep. And all I could think of was answering the phone. You Claude. Hello, Sonozaki residence. Sorry to call you so early. It's Kimiyoshi. Is your grandma still sleeping? It was Uncle Kimiyoshi. She is, yes. Sleeping with the fishes. I guess she's still tired from yesterday. I think I'll let her sleep in. Yeah, you probably should. Mion-chan, you're going to school, right? Can I leave a message with you? Sure. What is it? Let's see. There will be an emergency meeting regarding the incident from yesterday. It'll be at the Shrine's Assembly Hall, starting at 5 p.m. Did you get that? Yes. I'll give her the message. As soon as I put the phone down, it rang again. Hello, Sonozaki residents. Good morning, sorry to call you so early. This is Kasai. Is this Mion-san? Good morning. Kasai-san. Good morning. Is Shion-san still there? I wasn't panicked, but I hesitated. I could tell him no, or I could play both Mion and Shion. Okay, never mind. I feel like we have to leave after this chapter. Unfortunately. Shion was washing her face just now. I'll get her for you. I want to finish this, but I don't think I can, actually. I decided to play 2 parts. I went back and forth down the hallway and picked up the phone again. If it's a short chapter, then we'll do another one, but... Kasai? Morning. Good morning, Shion-san. Are you going to school today? Wait, she's playing both parts? Play 2 parts, right. Of course not. I feel miserable. Kind of expected that. By the way, how are you getting back to Okonomiya? I can have someone come pick you up. I think I can get a ride from Uncle Kimiyoshi or somebody else. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Your father told me to make sure you go to school often enough. I appreciate your cooperation. Hehehe, I'll go when I feel like it. By the way, Kasai, did you hear? What about? You know, the incident from last night? Yes, I have. Well, truly horrifying. All the past victims were war criminals from the dam conflict, right? But it's different this year. What do you think about that? I don't really know. Kasai wasn't the type to talk too much. If it was about something complicated, he usually responded like that. Do you know why those 2 fell under the curse of Orishiro-sama? No. Heard this last night. Supposedly, they snuck into the ritual storehouse during the festival. They used a metal wire or something to unlock the door. Kasai went silent for a while. I held my breath while waiting to see how he responded. I expected him to say that he couldn't believe those people were chosen as victims just for sneaking into a storehouse. I expected him to say, no, I guess we'll power through. I expected him to say that it was just too unrealistic. Oh, Shiro? Hey, Shiro, how's it going? I see. That was stupid of them. Is that Hypers? Which one is that? Hyper Shake. Since Tomitake-san was an outsider, I bet he didn't know. I went along with Kasai, but I felt disturbed on the inside. Kasai didn't wonder why breaking into the ritual storehouse would justify their deaths. I'd known Kasai for a long time, which is why I knew there was a heavy meaning to what he said. By the way, Kasai, actually, I did it too. Did you go in? Yeah. You went into the ritual storehouse? Shion-san? Yeah. Takano-san invited me. Takano-san, Tomitake-san, and remember Keiichi, who just moved here recently? Him and me, to make 4 of us. Heard Kasai sighing heavily. Even though he didn't say a word, I could tell he was shocked. Wasn't me for your I believe you. This is very weird. I could tell he was shocked. Never known him to act this way before. Shion-san, don't you remember what happened last year? How do you think you can take care of this? Last year it was 3 now, so maybe 5 this year? Jesus. Sorry. I wasn't trying to make light of the situation. I knew I shouldn't have done it. I regret it at least a little. But is it really that terrible a thing to do? You are related to the Sonozaki main family. Do you really think people would understand? But I've been living in Okonomiya all my life. Since the hag hated me, I've barely been to Hinamizawa. Besides, I was stuck at school. How would I know about any of that? I heard another sigh from Kasai. That sigh told me my excuses would be useless. Smile. Shion-san, I am your ally. I want to support you as much as I can, but there are dangers even I can't protect you from. Besides, Sorry. Sis is here, I've gotta go. See ya. Just hanging up. Click. I interrupted Kasai and hung up. Didn't want to hear it. Didn't want to hear Kasai reject me. He, who had been my ally all my life. She's losing her allies. Shit. Damn it. I could hear the sound of the cicadas. The sound made it feel like I was being cooked on a huge frying pan, making a sizzling noise. I couldn't help feeling remorseful. Now I knew that sneaking into the ritual storehouse wasn't a laughing matter. But I really didn't know it at the time. Sure, the door was locked, so they didn't want anyone to go in. Then why did they change the lock? What did they say? I think it was that Rika-chan said that the previous lock was too heavy for her, so she had it changed to that cheap one. Rika-chan said that? That was how Takano-san broke in. If the heavy lock was still there, this wouldn't have happened. I slapped my own forehead. Ah! Then I took a deep breath. I had to calm down. What was the point of fussing now? I'd already passed the point of no return. There was no use thinking otherwise. The hag was already dead. Even if she wasn't, she was now at the bottom of the well. Therefore, it was already past the point where I could just cut my fingers off in apology. I felt so unstable. I'd walked on the fence around the swings at the park before, as if I was walking on a tightrope. It was fun because even if I fell, it was only a very short distance. But it wouldn't have been fun if I were up really high. At that very moment, I was in fact already on a tightrope that was a lot higher than the fence at the park. As soon as I took a step, the rope behind me would vanish. I couldn't step back, because there was nothing behind me. That was, in short, the current situation I found myself in. Just standing in one spot was all I could do. Even if I never took another step, I'd fall if I wasn't careful. If I forced myself to walk, the danger would only increase. But if I didn't move, I would fall eventually. I couldn't see what was ahead of me. There was no guarantee that I'd ever find firm ground. But if I stopped, there was only one fate waiting for me. I have to move onward. If staying here guaranteed death, then I'd rather try to walk, even if I die as a result. Even if there was a dead end ahead of me, at least I tried my hardest. In general, I try to be optimistic. I could accept my life not lasting particularly long, but I wouldn't go easily. I'd struggle as much as possible. I already killed the hag. For that, there could be no other punishment than death. I knew my life would end soon. In other words, I was actually already dead. A dead person has nothing to lose. That means I can only go on the offensive. I clenched my fists tightly as I muttered. Even if I had to die, I couldn't die easily. This is my chance to avenge Satoshi-kun. Who did it? For what purpose? And why? I was going to investigate. I was going to question. I was going to expose. Yes, I was going to settle the score. To carry out the plan I came up with yesterday. I could hide the hag's death somehow. All I have to say is that she hadn't been feeling well since Watanashi. I could do it all while pretending to be Mion. Just in case her friends at school became suspicious. Maybe I'd start telling them I hadn't been feeling well either. In fact, I did feel groggy from my lack of sleep. When I became Mion, Shion would automatically disappear. I already told Kasai that I snuck into the shrine storage, so I'd probably end up telling people that I was demoned away due to the curse of Orochi-sama. The last person I'd have to think about was the fourth one who snuck into the ritual storehouse, Keiichi Maebara. Maybe I can use him as bait to lure out the enemy. Sorry, Kei-chan, you're gonna be my bait. I felt a little bad since I was starting to like him. With all that figured out, let's go to school. Gone to school as Mion before, so I knew how things worked. Had you? No, yeah, she did. Right, never mind. It was almost time to leave the house. Right, when she, bullied, Satoko. Mi-chan, you're late. Huh. Huh. You waited? You should have just gone on ahead. Oh, hey. Wait. Didn't she show up late last time? And then she left, right? Hey, Mion. Your face is red. You're breathing heavily, too. Mi-chan, are you not feeling well? Rena put her hand on my forehead. Rena, your hand is pretty cold. Mi-chan, you're a little bit warm. It's no big deal. Give it half a day and I'll be fit as a fiddle. Are you really okay? You don't have to push yourself, you know. What's this? Kei-chan, are you worried about me? Oh, is Kei? Kei, is she gonna get a scary face? That's nice of you. I wouldn't think so, but it's a possibility, right? I always thought he was a goofball, so I was a little surprised. I thought they would tease me, but they didn't. I just think you shouldn't push yourself so hard. You can tell the teacher you had to take the day off. I'm fine. I took some medicine. I think it's already working. Okay, let's go. Don't overdo it. But of course there's the time. What? Well, we need to run or we won't make it. This morning got pretty thrilling. Maybe it's just what I need to shake off this sluggishness. Let's run. Yeah, I thought she showed up late, and then she was like, yeah, I'm not feeling well. President, if you would. Ah. Everybody stand up. At attention. Made the same mistake before. Never learned, do I? Do you think Michan is doing okay? She doesn't look good. Oh, really? How unfortunate. It was a good idea to make them believe I was sick. Even though I did things differently from Mion, I had an excuse. Well, you know, girls have those days when they just don't feel well. Wow. I don't have those days. Nipa! Mion's friends kept each other occupied and left me alone. Have you played / will you play Umaneko after this? I would, but I missed the cell. So probably not. I think we have other series that we bought during the Golden Week. I guess it was Golden Week sale, so we'll be playing that. But we're still continuing this whole visual novel kick. Keiichi Meibara. Yeah, Pepe hands. He might suddenly disappear one day. I couldn't let that happen. That would be like letting a fish take the bait and swim away while I was fast asleep with a fishing pole in my hands. Couldn't miss the moment the enemy took a bite out of Keiichi. Had to be very careful. But it was impossible to keep my eyes on him 24 hours a day. Spying on him at school like this wasn't good enough. Should I have him meet with Shion and let her explain that he's in danger? Maybe we could set up a strategy together. I didn't think Keiichi realized how serious a crime it was to step into the ritual storehouse. I hadn't, after all. Since last year, all the incidents that related to the curse had probably been investigated in secret. People involved with the 3 families would know about the incident from last night, but Keiichi shouldn't know anything. If he knew where he stood now, he'd be more cautious too. That should make him aware of his surroundings. Maybe he would notice if anything odd took place. The teacher caught him sleeping, so she ordered him to go wash his face. He walked out into the hallway. I was sleepy too. I had to be alert, but I couldn't clear my mind due to my lack of sleep. I decided to go home early. Since I'd been pretending to be sick since morning, my request was approved. As I exited... oh, I guess it tracks. I thought, I'll have to replay. Or rewatch. As I exited the building, I saw Keiichi washing his face. I thought you'd be out here. Feels better outside, huh? Mia? Yawn. No cutting class now. Looked like it felt refreshing for him to wash his face with cold water. I washed my face too, but it didn't feel as good as it looked. Mion, how is your cold doing? You're sleepy because of the medicine, not from lack of sleep, yeah? Actually, this is a secret, but after the festival yesterday, I got wrapped up in a party my relatives were having. And, well, I had a bit. Gulp. I pretended to drink with an invisible glass. Are you hungover? How old are you? Keiichi exaggerated his reaction, but he still seemed worried. Okay, later. I'm going back. Be careful on your way home. Don't wobble into a sewer or a brook, got it? I feel like there was more, right? Keiichi turned around to go back to the classroom. Oh, one more thing, Kei-chan. Or maybe this is what happened. I stopped Keiichi. He, in response, turned around. What's up? This may sound weird, but don't think too hard about it. Well, depends on what it is. Last night, near the end of the festival, did you see Tomitake-san or Takano-san anywhere? I noticed Keiichi's body tense up. His reaction proved that he felt guilty about sneaking into the ritual storehouse. He was frightened that Mion Sonozaki might know about it. I guess this was enough to give him a certain impression of Mion Sonozaki. You know Tomazaki-san and Takano-san, don't you? You remember Kei-chan, when the four of you were talking during the setup the day before? I could clearly see how dismayed Keiichi felt. He was trying to come up with an excuse. I can't remember. I might have seen them, or not. Oh, right, right, Mion. He was both a bad liar and a bad actor. He wasn't really that intelligent at all. Well, that would make him a suitable friend for Mion. He was just a brat, unlike Satoshi-kun. Although, when it came to lying and acting, Satoshi-kun was at about the same level. Maybe Keiichi should be credited for at least trying to tell a lie. Satoshi-kun wouldn't have even said a thing. Didn't need to be thinking about him right now. I see. Then one more question. On the same night, did you see Shion? This was a very mean question. Keiichi was perplexed, as I'd expected. Didn't you ask me that yesterday? I think I told you that I wasn't sure if I had or not. Eh? I'd asked him that yesterday? It must have meant that Mion Sonozaki asked him that question. In other words, she asked him that after he left the storehouse and got back together with his friends. Damn you, Mion. When I asked her, she said she had no idea we went into the ritual storehouse. Shit. I forgot to say this because it never happens when I'm watching the stream, but Keiichi Sprite Pog, right? Oh, that was so fun. When that reveal happened. It was glorious. Also, how's it going, Dirk? Did you? I guess I just thought I'd get a different answer if I asked you again. Why are you so intent on knowing if I did or not? He was getting defensive. Keiichi couldn't hide his panic as he flared up at me. It's not important. It's just that there are some people who are speaking poorly of Tomotaki-san, Takano-san, Shion, and you, Kei-chan. Didn't really hear what they were saying, though. Kappa pride. Keiichi was really perplexed now. This wasn't fun at all, but it could still be an interesting game. I don't believe that you were doing something bad. I just wanted to ask a bit about it, so I did. Sorry for making you uncomfortable, okay? I made sure Keiichi felt a sense of crisis, then left. Nobody can tell us apart. We're Mion and Shion. Perfect twins. I'm just waiting for the latter scene. From her perspective. Because, I mean, that's going to be after she kidnapped Rika and Satoko. Or I guess killed. I guess they were dead by that point. When I returned to the Sonozaki house, I saw a woman with an apron on. It was a housekeeper. Her name was Shimiko-san. The hag had a few housekeepers who took care of the chores around the house. Ah, Mion-chan, I'm glad you're here. Hey, Shimiko-san, can I help you? Today was her turn to come help out at the house. She'd arrived, but the gate was locked and she couldn't get in. She called, but there was no answer, so she had been just standing there, not knowing what to do. Something must have happened to Granny at the festival. She's been in an evil mood ever since last night. Ah, I see. Soka. Shimiko-san tried to remember if she had done something wrong. She isn't ignoring you, she's just sleeping. She was up until very late, so I bet she can't wake up yet. You know how she is, right? When she gets into this mood, it'll take a long time for her to be happy again. Yes, that's too bad. I think it might be better that you don't show up for a while. Even if you don't mean to upset her, Granny might take it the wrong way. Just let me take care of it. I see. Are you sure? I'm very grateful, though. Sorry to make you do this, but could you let the other housekeepers know that they don't need to come for a while, either? When Granny feels better, I'll give you a call. So let's just leave her alone for now. Shimiko-san bowed, then left on her bicycle. Anyone who had ever experienced Granny's wrath would understand. I headed into Mion's room, set her alarm clock for 2 p.m., and crawled into her bed. I needed to recover quickly. I had to be sharp, calm, and cool-headed. School should be out by 2 p.m. You have to get in touch with Keiichi. I have to call him. There would also be a staff meeting at the Furude Shrine Assembly Hall in the evening. All the leaders of the 3 families, their relatives, and the town council members would gather at this meeting. They were all authority figures in Hinamizawa. I'd be attending in place of a hag who was sick. I'd worry about the rest when I got there. People shouldn't notice that Mion and the hag were missing for a long time. Didn't need to worry, as I had plenty of time. I checked the alarm once more, then fell asleep as if someone switched me off. That's convenient. I guess she's that tired. Hello. Ah, this is Sonozaki. Well, the younger one. Hello. Do you have time to talk right now? Shion? I thought you'd be sleeping in today, with a hangover, same as Mion. What? My sister had a hangover? Ha 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 ha. That's so like her. Keiichi had no idea that Mion, who he saw earlier, was actually me. He didn't notice when we talked in person, so there's no way he would notice on the phone. I never knew that playing two roles would be so much fun. To feel such enjoyment in this game of life or death, maybe I was getting used to the situation. Maybe my senses had gone numb. Whoops, sorry. My parents are waiting for an important call, so I can't talk for too long. What do you need? There's something I wanted to talk about, but if you can't talk long, I guess that's that. How about we meet in person? If you could show me where the library is too, that would be great. You mean the public library, near the station? Yes, that's fine. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. That tracks. I go past there on my way to work anyway. But why does he... I thought it was her idea to go to the library. Right? Yeah. Right? Keiichi, Mion, Shion. Keiichi. That one. Decided to meet in Oknomiya. It wasn't easy to get there from Hinamizawa, but I had to hurry. Couldn't run into Keiichi as he was heading there himself. I recall that the key to the hag's motorcycle was in her secret drawer. The hag usually got driven around for public events, but when she had her own errands, she rode her motorcycle. Keiichi, I assumed, was going to ride his bicycle, try to get to Oknomiya before he did. Right, and then Oishi interrupts. Keiichi arrived quite a bit later than me. Motorcycles are faster after all. There are hardly any traffic lights to worry about on the way here, either. Oh, sure. Wow, Mion never keeps her appointments. I mean, honestly. Ahahaha. Making my sister at the standard for everything will get you in trouble. You're a little unsteady. You were drinking last night too, weren't you? Don't try to hide it. You definitely went home from school early. Ooh, too bad. I've been at home all day from the beginning. I'm smarter than my sis, after all. Who, that guy? It's Keiichi. Back to work, enjoy? Sounds good, Shiro. Or should I say, oh yeah. Yeah, sounds good. Have a good day at work. Nani? Smarter than my sis, after all. Hey now, I don't think you can call playing hooky smarter. You just finish your errand first. We don't have that much time. We're going to the library, right? Oh, right. His parents had a book, and he had to return it. Right. What happened to the blonde guy? Well, he missing. We're going to the library, right? Yeah, thanks. My mom had to return some books by today. Oh, there it is. Is the library far? No, it's right nearby. Oh. I meant it when I said we didn't have much time. I had to hurry a little. I was just going to talk to him on the phone, but I ended up coming all the way to Oknomiya. After our talk, Keiichi would slowly head back to Hinamizawa on his bicycle. So that guy that you just saw right there is the guy that we played as in the first 3 chapters of this game, or this series. So now we're from a different perspective. Maybe I should look them up like I did with Metal Gear Solid. I mean, if you want, if you're curious. Just don't tell me anything. Although with Metal Gear, I knew everything already. With this, I have no idea. Besides one thing, but I'm not sure. Maybe I just misinterpreted. I'd have to rush back there while making sure I didn't run into him. Never mind, I'll stay stupid. Okay. Otherwise, I couldn't make it on time for the meeting. Maybe I could be a little late, but since I needed to hear everything they were going to discuss, I didn't want to be. This is the Shishibone Public Library. It was sizable, filled with a collection of moldy, smelly books. But they did have air conditioning, and it was quiet. It was the perfect place for when you wanted to be alone. After Satoshi-kun disappeared last year, I came here a lot to think about various things. This is where I first met Takano-san. I didn't want to run into her with Keiichi in tow, but then I remembered that she was already dead. The first floor of the building was occupied by government offices. The library itself was on the second floor, so we had to walk up a huge staircase to get there. I tasted cool air on my skin as soon as I walked through the automated door. Unlike outside, it was very quiet in here. The room temperature was both comfortable and suitable for books. I could smell the scent of old pages. All libraries smell the same. Keiichi walked up to the return table after he said so. Because it was weekday, there was hardly anyone around. It really was very quiet. I was going to chat about some ordinary things, and then move on to the main subject. After Keiichi returned books, I invited him into the inner section of the library. Keiichi knew Mion well, but he didn't know me at all. He showed an interest in our life story. This was exactly where Takano-san told me about the true history of Hinamizawa a year ago. I was about to tell Keiichi about things that were very similar to that. Did God have a sense of irony? It's like poetry, it rhymes. Now that you mention it, that toy store looked like it was managed by relatives as well. Does that mean they operate Angel Mart too? I told him the reason why the Sonozaki family was so powerful in this area. I assumed that since Keiichi came from the city, there was a good chance he couldn't even begin to understand how one old family could literally control an entire area. Unless I explained to him how powerful the Sonozaki family was. He wouldn't understand what kind of danger was barreling towards him. The family is particularly strong in finance and real estate. Even a lot of members of the Chambers of Commerce and Industry either have the last name Sonozaki or are their relatives. There are Sonozakis in the city council and the prefectural assembly too, since they have the Okonomiya area giving them strong electoral support. Wait a minute. This is all escalating pretty quickly. Your relatives operate shops in downtown Okonomiya, and they're especially strong in finance and real estate? On top of that, a lot of people in the Chamber of Commerce and Industry are relatives, and there are even some elected to local offices? Keiichi counted with his fingers. He was clearly surprised to hear all that about the Sonozaki family. It seemed he was flexible enough to accept even something that sounded outrageous to him. He was starting to understand things, although slowly. The way he viewed Shion Sonozaki was changing little by little too. That should be enough background information. Now I could go on to explain about Mion Sonozaki, the successor. Then I changed the subject, like Takano-san did with me. I'd go on to talk about the curse of Orishio-sama, then the series of mysterious deaths. So then, Sonozaki family, it's pretty famous in this area. Yep. Crazy, isn't it? Foo. Fat man with a cigarette suddenly cut into our conversation. Oishi? Why was he here? Hello, good afternoon. Are you on a date today? What I would give to be young again. If you thought we were on a date, then why are you bothering us, Oishi-san? The timing. Couldn't be coincidence. I knew this man too well. He was crafty, sly, and clever. His presence here just can't be a coincidence. Did he see us somewhere in town and follow us? But why? Did he need something from me, Keiichi, or perhaps the both of us? From what I could guess, I didn't think it was me that he wanted something from. It was almost like he was trying to keep Keiichi away from me. Oishi was aware I gave false testimony to protect Satoshi-kun last year. Maybe he didn't think he could talk to Keiichi if I was around. Why did Oishi need to talk to Keiichi? Must be about the incident from yesterday. I'm sure there were plenty of plainclothes officers at the festival, so they had to have seen who was last with the victims. In other words, Keiichi and me. But Oishi knew I was hard to deal with. That was why he was focusing on Keiichi at present. Why did he have to show up at a time like this? Nibara-san, right? You're one tough guy. Two-timing the Sonozaki sisters, are you? No, I'm not two-timing anyone. Keiichi looked at me, hoping for assistance. He blushed. The way he panicked reminded me of Satoshi-kun. That aside, this wasn't going well. Oishi might even start talking about my relationship with Satoshi-kun. I didn't want him to, nor did I want Keiichi to have any preconceptions. Oishi took a quick glance at me. His eyes told me something. He was purposefully talking about the things I'd rather not talk about. He was basically telling me to leave or continue on to something that was worse than what they were currently talking about. Didn't use words, but his eyes could communicate that anyway. Damn that big fat weasel. Oh, sorry, Kei-chan. I really do need to get to my job. Huh? Oh, you do? I realized that I wouldn't achieve anything like this, even if I stayed longer, so I used my part-time job as an excuse to leave. Oishi looked at me and grinned. Damn it. He won today, but I'll win next time. Wait, didn't you have something to talk about today, Shion? Yep, I'll see you later. I'll give you a call after I'm done. It'll be okay to call at night, right? Yeah, probably okay. Then I'll talk to you later tonight. Bye. Oof. Well, now we got the Kimiyoshi stuff coming, right? The hag's motorcycle had become my primary means of transportation. The next stop was the staff meeting at the Furude Shrine's assembly hall. It was easy to imagine how a normal meeting would play out if it were just celebrating the end of Watanagashi, but today's staff meeting was likely going to be as strained as the Sonozaki family councils. Yes, the staff meeting was going to deal with the heart of Hinamizawa. I couldn't let my guard down, even for a moment. I rested for a while at the house, then left for the meeting. I walked up the long stairs to the Furude Shrine. At the top, I saw some elderly men smoking in front of the hall. Since they had a minor fire a long time ago, it had been made into a non-smoking area. Is that Mion-chan? The head of the Kimiyoshi family, Uncle Kimiyoshi, noticed me and waved. He must not have expected Mion to come along. Normally it would have been either the hag by herself or Mion tagging along as an assistant. Granny's been in a terrible mood since the incident last night. She's been staying in bed and won't even let me get near her. They all understood how troublesome she was when in a bad mood. They smiled bitterly in sympathy. So you're here as the Sonozaki family representative then? Has Oryu-san told you anything? Sort of. What do you mean, has Oryu-san told you anything? That line by itself didn't really explain much. The staff meeting was usually led by the mayor, the head of the Kimiyoshi family, and he'd asked me as a substitute for the Sonozaki family head if I'd heard anything from her. I then realized who was supposed to lead today's staff meeting. Uncle, no, Kimiyoshi-san. Do I really have to lead the meeting today? According to the ranking order at the family councils, any substitute for the Sonozaki family head is above the Kimiyoshi family head. In other words, I'd have to lead today's meeting. There is no way I could do that. Don't worry, I'll do it. You can just take a seat, Mion-chan. If there's something you've heard from Oryu-san, just let us know, okay? Kimiyoshi-san, why don't we get started? Everyone's here now. Smokers put out their cigarettes and went back into the hall. Tables were set in a horseshoe shape, and I was told to sit next to the chair reserved for the chief. The seat opposite mine was empty. Considering its location, it was probably for the Furude family head, Rika Furude. But somebody had said earlier that everybody was already here. Either Rika-chama had called in absent, or the empty seat was just a formality. Knowing the subject of this meeting, I don't think the Furude family head would even want to attend. Even if Rika-chama actually attended, she wouldn't be able to say anything. All she usually do at the Sonozaki family council is draw pictures on the notepad. She'd probably end up drawing pictures in this meeting too. Besides, they probably didn't want her to hear anything unpleasant. In this way, the empty Furude family seat was easily explained. When everyone was seated, the head of the Women's Association served tea. She gave me an evil look, trying to tell me to help out. I got up and did so. After that, everyone fell quiet, and the secretary stood up. Everyone, thank you for coming today on such a short notice, despite your busy schedules. Let's start with a few words from the mayor. Go ahead, please. Please excuse me for staying seated. Ken-chan, you stay seated too. Thank you all for coming today. Also, you all did a great job at the Watanagashi Festival yesterday. The festival was a great success, as usual. There weren't any mishaps. Lots of villagers came, and I believe it went great, on the whole. Let me see, how many people was it? According to the Imperial General Headquarters report, approximately 5,000 people showed up. Damn. Wahahaha. Everyone laughed except me. I hope we'll continue to work together to carry on this tradition. I appreciate your cooperation. Clap, clap, clap. An applause with only 8 people. This sounds so great. Only 8? Okay. Okay, let's move on to today's proceedings. Kimiyoshi-san will lead the meeting today. Please applaud if you approve. Clap, clap, clap. Thank you. Then, with your approval, Mayor Kimiyoshi will take over. Please go ahead. Thank you, Ken-chan. Let's start now. Sorry, could you close the curtains? Everyone closed the curtains nearest to them. The sun was still up, but with all the curtains closed, the room became very dark. The village chief explained the details of the incident, as well as what went on with the police. The police vehicle discovered Tomizaki-san's body on its way back to Okonomiya last night. Oishi's special curse unit was standing by, expecting something to happen for the 5th time, so they responded quickly. Since Tomitaki-san and Takano-san were rarely apart, Oishi got in touch with the neighboring prefectural police departments and asked them to look for her. As a result, they found a burned body of a woman in the mountains of the Gifu prefecture, and the body was then identified as Miya Takano. Considering the circumstances, the police ended up labeling the incident as the 5th of the ongoing series of mysterious deaths. When he finished, there was dead silence. I watched to see who would speak first. Nobody said a thing. Then I noticed Kimiyoshi-san looking at me. Ah, this is where the head of the Sonenzaki family would speak. Mion-chan, has Oryu-san said anything about this whole thing? Everyone looked in my direction. I was sure they could see the hag in me. I'm Mion Sonenzaki, acting head of the Sonenzaki family. I'm here in place of Oryu, the current head. Thank you for having me. I became Mion. I tried to become as cold and unfeeling as the Mion I witnessed a year ago. That cold version of Mion was inside of me. That was me. I was her. Unfortunately, the curse of Oyashiro-sama has come to pass for the 5th time. This is deeply regretful. Everyone was held captive by my words. I wasn't a little girl anymore. The hag was speaking through my mouth. They all heard me and trembled in fear. Does anyone know why the curse happened again this year? After my question, everyone whispered to each other. I will tell you. It was because they broke the rule of the ritual storehouse and desecrated the sacred ground within. How dare they? A few elderly men got up and yelled. The fools! I can't believe this. They deserve to be killed. Oh, Shiro-sama, please calm your anger. Oh my, how did that happen? Oh, Shiro-sama, this is why we hate outsiders. They just don't think. They're just too stupid. They got what they deserved. It was their own fault. The angry old men yelled, even as they trembled in fear. Their sudden change scared me more than a little. Yeah, it's a little feels weird, man. Even Uncle Kimiyoshi, who was usually so gentle and sweet, became like a demon of war, cursing those who broke the rule of the ritual storehouse. It had become like a raging ocean inside the assembly hall. It kind of reminds me of a Midsummer, when that guy peed on the tree. Their yells spun about like a whirlpool. They roared, crashed, and howled. Even while doing nothing but watch, I could feel myself turning pale. Mion threatened me yesterday, and Kasai had been shocked this morning. What I saw before me was similar to that. Even the sweet and gentle Uncle Kimiyoshi was saying they deserved to die. I was fearful of the sudden change in those elderly men. More than anything, the fact that they all believed that those people deserved to die for trespassing is what terrified me. It wasn't just that, of course. The real thing I was scared of is that I was one of the people they wanted dead. In other words, it was almost like they were telling me to die of the curse. If they were to find out I snuck into the ritual storehouse, it's very possible that they would strangle me on the spot. Actually, they might not kill me that easily. By then, I was certain. The people in this room were true believers in Oyashiro-sama, just like the hag. They wouldn't hesitate to murder whoever made Oyashiro-sama angry on his behalf. Even if they didn't carry out the killing themselves, they would pretend they didn't see anything. Yes, not even if my head was cut off right in front of them. Everyone here would act in collusion and say I never attended today. They all testified that they waited and I didn't show, I'd be demoned away. It would be far too easy for them to erase someone and have them disappear. There was no mistake. The people linking the hag and the curse were definitely here at this meeting. I continued speaking. I was Mion Sonozaki. I was on the side responsible for the curse. Therefore, at that moment, I didn't need to worry about anything. Nobody could tell the difference between Neon and me. That's what would keep me safe. Please, be silent. Hey, quiet down. Uncle Kimiyoshi helped me to quiet everyone, but his tone was violent. He really scared me. Everyone gradually became silent. In fact, it was 4 people who snuck into the storehouse. 2 more remained. People once more became restless upon hearing that, but Uncle Kimiyoshi yelled at them again, and they settled down. Tomitaki-san and Takano-san were old enough to be made responsible for their own judgment. As a result, the curse of Orishio-sama fell upon them immediately, but the other 2 were simply children. The curse is yet to fall upon them, but there would be some kind of punishment. Everyone stayed quiet that time. They had all turned genuinely pale, trying not to miss a word I said. After all, they were all thinking that the kids I mentioned could be their own relatives, or even grandchildren. They wanted to know who they were, to put their minds at ease. The other 2 who snuck into the ritual storehouse were Shion Sanozaki and Keiichi Meibara. Oh shit. I could feel the air getting drier. It was so dry I almost felt like it was about to start making a crackling noise. Shion Sanozaki has, already. Couldn't even hear the old people breathe. I took a peek at Uncle Kimiyoshi, who was sitting next to me. He'd adored Shion as if she were his own granddaughter, but she hadn't been demoned away. I wanted to see how distressed and sad he'd look. And when I saw his face, I felt a sensation on my back, as if my skin itself was making a cracking noise. He didn't even have an expression on his face. Uncle Kimiyoshi adored me. I loved him, and I thought he loved me too. That was why I expected him to be saddened after learning that I met with such a cruel fate. What was I thinking? The memory of his warm smile shattered inside of me. There was no way of describing the fear I experienced in that moment. In mere words, he had suddenly changed into someone I didn't even recognize. Uncle Kimiyoshi noticed me looking at him and spoke. What about Keiichi Meibara? Not yet. I had to take a deep breath to regain my composure. All 4 who snuck into the ritual storehouse will suffer the curse of Orishio-sama. Keiichi Meibara is no exception. Chilling looks. Cruel looks. Emotionless looks. Shrewd looks. And the looks of people who were about to snap. I could feel the demons chewing my words while they stared at me with their sharp eyes. I could see some of them sticking their snake-like tongues in and out. I could see flames in some of their eyes. They were memorizing the names of the intruder the curse had yet to fall upon. And so, the meeting went on. We were told not to tell the police too much, to report what they asked us, and to hold another meeting whenever something of significance happened. If something unexpected took place, we were to get in touch with either the head of the Kimiyoshi family or the head of the Sonozaki family for instructions on what to do. With those closing remarks, the meeting was over. Goddamn. It was already getting dark outside. Being in a valley surrounded by mountains, once the sun went down in Yamazawa, it got dark quickly. Even if it was hot during the day, it cooled down quickly at night. The elderly people said goodbye to each other and left on their bicycles, on their motorcycles, or in their cars. Uncle Kimiyoshi waved them goodbye and started to head home himself. I called out to him. Kimiyoshi-san, do you have plans after this? I called him Kimiyoshi-san instead of Uncle Kimiyoshi. He stopped. No, I don't have anything planned. Can you stop by my house? Does Ori-san want to see me? Yes. She wants to talk to you about something in person. Okay, I'll stop by. Uncle Kimiyoshi arrived at the Sonozaki house. He often came to the house to have secret meetings with the hag, so he wasn't suspicious at all. I invited Uncle Kimiyoshi into the living room. I served him a cup of tea and told him I was going to fetch the hag. I left the room and killed some time down the hallway. Granny will be here after she gets dressed. She might take a little while. Oh, that's okay. I'll just wait. Uncle Kimiyoshi relaxed as he sipped his cup of tea. Sat next to him. I think she wants to talk to you about Shion. I mentioned my name, and watched for his reaction. Uncle Kimiyoshi looked so grim. I couldn't even tell if he heard me. I decided to continue speaking until he reacted in some way. You remember the incident from last year with Shion, yes? She became friendly with people of the Hojo family. She was forgiven after ripping out her nails, wasn't she? Yes, 3 nails. Uncle Kimiyoshi folded his arms and thought for a while. Where is Shion-chan now? In the basement. How is she doing? Uncle Kimiyoshi sounded worried. When I heard that, I felt relieved that Uncle Kimiyoshi was on my side. His anger in the assembly hall was just an act. She has been crying. Mion-chan. Tell me, what is Odio-san going to do with Shion-chan? She hasn't told me any details. As you know, Granny becomes awfully quiet when she is truly furious. Going to the ritual storehouse, huh? Furthermore, it's her own granddaughter. That's a tough decision to make. Kimiyoshi thought that the hag must be unsure of what to do with Shion. What do you think? What do you think will happen to Shion? Well, I'm sure it'll be far more than just 3 finales this time. Knowing how Odio-san is, she won't hold back just because it's her granddaughter. Actually, she might be even more harsh, especially because they are related. Yes, she did go into the ritual storehouse. That's not something that can be forgiven so easily. Indeed. It's sacred after all. But in a way, maybe it's not fair to Shion. She has been away from Hinamizawa, as you know. I'm sure she knew she wasn't supposed to trespass in the ritual storehouse, but maybe she didn't know how forbidden it was. Yeah, that's true. Poor Shion-chan. Other than the tattoo on my back, how would you tell the difference between Shion and me? There isn't one. There's no point in distinguishing between Mion and Shion in the first place. Twins are proof of bad luck. One should be eliminated as soon as they are born. Such is the family precept. The hag actually put her hands around my neck right after I came out of the womb. That's how the story went, at least. In the end, the hag didn't kill me, but instead pretended I didn't exist. She forced herself to call one of us Mion and the other Shion. She adored Mion and hated Shion. My sister and I never understood why we had to go through that. We didn't care if it was Mion or Shion. So one day we came up with an idea. We decided to share the joy of Mion experience and the sadness Shion experience. We often switch places. We are both Mion, and at the same time, we are both Shion. Adults around us tried to put different clothes on us or style our hair differently so they could tell us apart. That was nonsense. No matter what they did to us, all we had to do was switch places, and nobody could tell us apart. Finally, they decided that we switched places because we were always together. On that day, Shion got to go to an amusement park. Since then, we've been separated. Mion-chan, I can't even imagine what will happen to Shion. Whatever it is Granny decides to do, I'm not in a position to say anything about it. She doesn't listen to her relatives. You're right. That's something Odio-san needs to work on. If Shion wasn't Shion Sonozaki, she would have been dead a long time ago. I can't even begin to imagine what kind of punishment might be equal to death. Even if she isn't killed, she'll probably never see the light of day again. In other words, she'll be demoned away. Mion-chan, does Shion-chan regret what she has done? Yes. In response, Uncle Kimiyoshi tapped my shoulder and then slapped his own chest. He smiled reliably. Don't worry. If Shion-chan feels bad about what she has done, she won't be demoned away. Leave it to me. Really? I'm sure Odio-san will be furious to hear me say anything, but I won't give up. I'll explain to her that Shion-chan regrets what she has done, and I'll beg for her forgiveness. Tears began to fall from my eyes. I knew it. Uncle Kimiyoshi was my ally after all. He said he would forgive Shion. He was my ally. I was so very happy. Are you sure? Are you sure she won't be demoned away like Satoshi Hojo-kun was last year? Uncle Kimiyoshi smiled reliably again and told me. He was a brat of the Hojo family. This is Shion-chan of the Sonozaki family. I'm talking about here. Of course she'll be forgiven. Oof. Oof. Huh? Brat of the Hojo family? Are you talking about Satoshi-kun? Last year's victim? Those Hojo people. They were traitors who tried to sell out the whole village. Of course he got demoned away. It was a Hojo, after all. Huh? Oof. The Hojo people should all be cursed. Only people like them get demoned away. Shion-chan will be okay. Won't happen to someone like her. Uncle. Didn't Shion take care of that for Satoshi-kun last year? Wasn't he supposed to be forgiven? Take care of that? What do you mean? Remember? 3 nails? She removed 3 of her nails. Kasai-san, Uncle Yoshiro, and then Satoshi-kun. 3 people. She removed 3 nails for 3 people. Eh? So that was why it was 3 nails, huh? Huh? What? Wasn't that the significance of those 3 nails? Yeah, you're right. There were 3 people involved, hence the 3 nails. Heard that too. But what? Kasai-san, Yoshiro-san, and Shion-chan. That makes 3. Oh, that stings. What? Eh? What? Huh? What? I endured excruciating pain. The first one was my left pinky, then the ring finger, and then the middle finger. People held me down so I couldn't move. But I endured. I had to endure 3 nails. Didn't know which nail was for Satoshi-kun. My middle finger was for Satoshi-kun. I have to endure until the middle finger was done so that Satoshi-kun would be forgiven. That was why I endured. Even Mion said afterwards, everything was forgiven. Huh? Mion, didn't you say Satoshi-kun was forgiven? Didn't you? That's what I heard. Think that's what I heard. Or did I? Huh? Oh boy. I felt the air move. There shouldn't have been a breeze in that room, but I felt it anyway. The cool air stroked the back of my neck. That was when my true self stood right behind me and nodded. Although there was no wind, my hair billowed. The burning wickedness buried deep inside my eyes became visible. Why do you think Satoshi Hojo-kun got demoned away? I was sitting like, Nani? Eh? Satoshi-kun's parents did in fact try to sell out the village. They deserved the curse of Oshiro-sama, but Satoshi-kun was simply their son. What has he done? Eh? Mion-chan? I'm asking you what kind of crime Satoshi-kun committed. You said earlier that he deserved to be demoned away because he was born of the Hojo family. What has he done to deserve being demoned away? Kimiyoshi didn't know what to say to the sudden question. He seemed dismayed. Didn't hear her say it, but I know. It was Odio Samazaki's decision. She decided that the curse of Orishiro-sama would fall upon all of the Hojos. Well, wait, Mion-chan. That's not true. Didn't she decide that? No, she didn't. The curse of Orishiro-sama falling upon the Hojo family. I do remember talking about something like that, but we never decided that. Nobody did. Then why did you say? Because he was one of the Hojos earlier. Sorry, Mion-chan. That was, I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. That's just it. Anything that happens to the Hojo family is the curse. As long as someone has the Hojo name, nobody cares about what happens to that person. That idea has spread like a virus amongst all the villagers. Didn't matter if Satoshi-kun did anything or not. Because he was a Hojo, he was filthy. That infection of an idea is the entire problem. And you all believed in that idea. Couldn't even think straight anymore. I can't forgive you. I can't let someone like you exist. People like you cornered Satoshi-kun and his family. Poor Satoshi-kun, what has he done? He hasn't done anything. He was a Hojo, that's all. What kind of a crime is that? Why did the curse fall upon him? What kind of crime has he committed? Kimiyoshi's upper body bent backward and fell onto the floor. That was that. I put my stun gun back in my pocket. Since 1983, I've enjoyed this chapter. Before that was I mean, it's necessary. It's built up. Sorry, Shion. What was that you just said? Apparently, Takano-san and Tomitaka-san died last night. Takano-san was found burned to death. Tomitaka-san was, well, looked like a suicide. Wait, who's he talking to? Who's she talking to? Looked like suicide. Found it this morning. Oh, she's talking to Keiichi, right? Heard my father talking to her relative on the phone about it. As I thought, Keiichi didn't know anything about what happened after the festival last night. Of course, it's not getting reported by the media. That's how it was in the past, too. Keiichi insisted that unless he heard about it on the news, he couldn't be real. The thing with this chapter is that it makes chapter 2 feel so redundant on a reread. I see. Because you're basically replaying it. But there's differences, though. But then, yeah, I guess. Keiichi insisted that unless he heard about it on the news, it couldn't be real. But the investigations into the series of mysterious deaths are done in secret now. Of course, he didn't hear about it on the news. I hear the mayor and several important politicians from the Sonozaki family put all the pressure they could on the police. Then you mean their deaths are going to be dealt with in total secrecy? There are differences, but for the most part, chapter 2 is just chapter 5 plus information. Right. Guess I'm curious how the other 3 handle. That's how it is. Of course, the police are still investigating. That's being performed in secret too, though, so I hear the investigation itself is very restricted in what it can and can't do. You could essentially say they're interfering with police investigation. Can't believe this. People died, and yet they're dealing with everything in secret? If we break it down further, it means that no matter who dies in the night of Watanagashi, it won't go public. That's the biggest pile of bullshit I've ever heard. Kei-chan, remember how I said before that the villagers could be the ones carrying out Oshiro-sama's curse? That's what I mean. At some point, a tradition was created here in Hinamizawa, where every year you're allowed to kill someone on the night of Watanagashi. Yes, that's the truth about the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as Oshiro-sama's curse. On the day of Watanagashi, 2 people will be killed. Perpetrators are using the curse of Oshiro-sama as an excuse to kill one victim and make another disappear. That's where the curse of Oshiro-sama takes place. That's what happens in Hinamizawa. That's what happens with the curse. What Kimiyoshi said is all true. Infect everyone with the idea that the enemy from the dam conflict deserved to die was the root of all this. That was a system of vague commands used in the Sonozaki family, created by its head, Boryu. One thing that must be mentioned about that command system is that the person giving the orders and the one executing them didn't need to interact in any way. Though Oryo was the commander, she never gave actual orders. She only had to expect something to happen. Every single one of the family council members around her would want to satisfy that expectation if given the chance. They didn't have to be proactive about satisfying it. They could be passive too. Though when the chance arose, anyone who knew Oryo's intentions could potentially become the one to execute her orders. Therefore, Oryo would never know who actually executed her order. None of the relatives knew it either. But they all knew things would conclude just as Oryo wanted, and they could assume it was one of their own who did it for her. This passive support system was thoroughly effective, and it spread all over the village. Its ties became even tighter after the dam conflict. Anyone could be the one to execute Oryo's orders. Therefore, everyone supported each other. If someone did something, then the others would try to satisfy Oryo's expectation in different ways. For example, they'd come up with false evidence or otherwise passively interfere with an investigation. Even if they didn't know exactly who they were protecting, they'd still work together to protect whoever it was. Yes, I'd finally figured out how it all worked. Phrased in a more organized manner, it would go as follows. A system of killing 2 people who were unwanted by the village each year required 3 elements. The first element was a region of solidarity. It was created during the long and unique history of Hinamizawa. The villagers' bonds became even tighter during the dam conflict. That was one of the conditions for this place to have a curse. It was an element that was already in the region, not one that could be created. The next element was having the same moral standards. This is a very important element, as the curse wouldn't have happened without it. Also, this element was created by Oryo Sonozaki herself, That was why she could claim that this system was established by her own will. Having the same moral standards means that everyone everywhere acknowledges the same enemy. Even when everyone in the village joined together, it would be meaningless if they all didn't know exactly who the enemy was. During the dam conflict, Oryo Sonozaki made the identity of the enemy very clear to everyone. They couldn't just say that they're against the dam construction and that the government was their enemy. That wasn't clear enough. The government didn't even pinpoint who the enemy was. But Oryo made enemies out of the construction site itself, and therefore its manager. She chose targets that the villagers could see with their own eyes. They were clear and easy to understand. The villagers acknowledged that everyone at the dam construction site was the enemy, and the construction site manager was the enemy commander. Using the same method, she labeled one after another as an enemy of the village, practically cataloging a list of enemies to print into the villagers' minds. Earlier I had used the term infecting for this phenomenon. Those infected by this idea were the people unconsciously given orders to commit murder. When the infection spread across the village, when all of Hinamizawa's residents acknowledged the same enemy, that's when Hinamizawa itself became a murderer. Hold on. Oryo combined those two elements, a solitary region having the same moral standards, then selected the enemy and spread that notion throughout the village. The law would normally have punished both the one who committed the crime and the one who gave the order, but Oryo's system didn't require an order at all. Oryo just had to become concerned about the enemy she had pre-selected, but that alone wouldn't cause the curse to take place. Oryo's concern was like a safety device, and even when the safety device was off, the curse wouldn't occur unless there was a finger to pull the trigger. The last necessary element was to set a date for execution, the night of the Tanagashi. The night to venerate Orishiro-sama, the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. On that night, the curse of Orishiro-sama falls upon two enemies of the village, and they disappear. Everyone in the village acknowledged that as fact. In other words, if the same incident took place on any of the other 364 nights of the year, it'd be nothing other than a murder case. But if it happened on the night of the Tanagashi, then it would transform into the curse of Orishiro-sama. The idea that villagers are allowed to kill their enemies on the night of the Tanagashi had infected them, the purge. The villagers were the cells of this huge creature called Hinamizawa, and each cell would be taught who the enemy was. A set date was basically a green light for whoever was in the best position to kill the enemy. That was the truth of the curse of Orishiro-sama. I've never watched the movie, but that's the vibe I'm getting. Therefore, the one who actually killed Satoshi-kun isn't my enemy. The one who set up this murder system and the one who named Satoshi-kun's family as the enemy is my enemy. To use a broader definition, Hinamizawa itself in the very system of Orishiro-sama's curse is my enemy. I already killed the hag, the one who designed the system. Kamiyoshi, the one whose job it was to infect the villagers with the system, was already in my hands. Just had to find out who else was involved, and how much. It was like pulling a weed while being very careful not to break its roots. Now I'm just curious how she come to the conclusion about Rika. I announced that Keiichi Maebara was one of the people who snuck into the shrine storage. I was certain that fact had already spread throughout the underside of the village. In other words, Keiichi Maebara was an object of the curse of Orishiro-sama now. Takano-san and Tomitaki-san were found dead, having been killed in gruesome ways. That was the curse of Orishiro-sama. In that case, they could demon away 2 more people as sacrifices to calm the anger of Orishiro-sama. The set date for the curse was already over, but just like what happened to Satoshi-kun, demoning away was allowed a little extra time. Something would happen to Keiichi Maebara within a few days. I wait patiently, careful to not let my enemy simply take Keiichi Maebara, my bait. Keiichi had been yelling on the other end of the phone for some time. Oh jeez. He kept yelling that he didn't want to go into the ritual storehouse to begin with. He claimed he was simply invited by Takano-san and me. He shouldn't be in danger because of that, he said. He's feeling a sense of crisis and tension. This is gonna work. The livelier the bait, the easier it is to spot. Why the hell did you do that? I didn't have anything to do with this. What will you do? What are you gonna do, damn it? How are you gonna take responsibility for this, huh? Hey, are you listening? Shut up, I've heard enough of your pitiful tears. I hung up the phone. Oh, right, she was like crying or something. Because he was like freaked out. There was no point in talking to him when he got like that. Besides, I already achieved my goal, which was to make him realize the danger awaiting him. I took a deep breath, then called the house of the village chief. Hello? Kimiyoshi residence. This is Sonizaki. So, did you find the mayor? Oh, it's you, Mion-chan. We've been calling everyone, but no luck. We can't find him. I don't know who else to call. I wonder where he is. We've called a few places too, but nothing. Talked to Granny and she says we should have the youth group look for him. This time of day? Besides, we aren't even sure if he's really missing. It's right after Watanagashi. She just thinks we should be cautious. If the youth group can't find him, then we should call the police first thing in the morning. We'd rather not get the police involved unless we really have to, though. Did Oryu-san say that? Yes. If you don't believe me, I'll have her get on the phone. Oh no, I understand. Okay, we'll gather the youth group and look for him. If they can't find him, we'll call the police in the morning. They can't, there's no sticklers. Please call the leader of the youth group then. I'll be right over in Granny's place. Thank you. I'll get everyone together right away. Okay. See you later. The youth group had gathered at the Furude Shrine. They were going to try to find the mayor. I also had to go, in the absence of the hag. Just to be mean, I stopped by the underground torture room to let the mayor know that I was headed to the Furude Shrine to search for him. Incidentally, according to the tab on the keychain, this underground torture room was actually called the Underground Storehouse for Ritual Implements. This was the man who was yelling that whoever trespasses in the ritual storehouse should be killed. Although it was an underground ritual storehouse, he was there now, atoning for what he had done. It's pretty ironic. Maybe I was the only one who felt that way, though. Probably. How are you doing, Uncle Kimiyoshi? Clink. Kimiyoshi didn't say a word, but he made a noise with the chain. Everyone is making such a fuss because they can't find you. Your family called me, so I suggested they gather the youth group to look for you. I'm heading over there now. Was this mean, or what? Very mean. Kimiyoshi could only make noise with the chain. He couldn't even express any emotion other than anguish. Is the chain too short? Why don't I make it longer every time you give me an answer to a question? If it's even a little longer, you'll feel better. Ooh, ooh. Kimiyoshi's hands were tied behind his back with a tight wire. He was wearing a leather collar with a chain, which was strapped tightly around his neck too. The collar's chain was on a pulley attached to the ceiling, with the chain pulling him up toward it. Oh jeez. That chain was very short and pulled very tight. Kimiyoshi had to stand on tiptoes to be able to breathe. He had been like that for almost an hour already. He was already exhausted. If I left him overnight, he'd probably end up hanging himself. You told me earlier that you didn't know. I'll ask you one more time. Please tell me anything you know about Satoshi Hojo-kun. Ooh. Oh, sorry. You can't even talk, can you? I'll loosen the chains a little while we chat then. I turned the pulley just a little to loosen the chain that was pulling on Kimiyoshi's neck. Kimiyoshi's heels finally touched the ground, relieving the pressure on his muscles. I really don't know, Shion-chan. I really don't. Don't you even know if he's dead or alive? I really don't know anything. Well, I guess that's how the cursive system of Hinamizawa works. It's possible I really don't know anything. Okay, then I'll change the question. As the head of the Kimiyoshi family, I would like you to tell me what you think has happened to Satoshi-kun. It's very unfortunate that Oryu died. Is Satoshi-kun dead or alive? Kimiyoshi didn't know what to say. He said he didn't know. I'd tighten the chain and leave the room. That'd be like a death sentence for him. But all I said was that I wanted him to speak as the head of the Kimiyoshi family. Didn't ask him to tell the truth. But he didn't know what to say to avoid souring my mood and to get me to loosen the chains around him. He was obviously trying to figure out how to make me extend the chain. I've heard a rumor that he may be alive. About him going to Tokyo on a bullet train, right? The police have seen him in Tokyo. Or something like that. Oishi had told me that Satoshi-kun had witnessed getting on a bullet train heading to Tokyo at Nagoya Station. But the police didn't know if that really happened or what became of Satoshi-kun after that. Therefore, this is simply a random assertion of Kimiyoshi's. Hey, head of the Kimiyoshi family, what would be the point in letting one of the cursed family members live after going through the trouble of making him disappear? I don't think there's any reason for that. Besides, who gave you this information? I was in close contact with Oishi for a while, but you never mentioned it to me. Uncle, if you're just saying that to make me happy, it's not gonna work. You know that, don't you? I reached for the pulley controlling the chains around Kimiyoshi, and that act alone sent him panicking as he feared them tightening once more. Sorry, I'm not trying to make you angry, Shion-chan. I'm sorry. I don't have time for this. I'm simply asking you to help me look for Satoshi-kun. That's all. I know that. I'll answer you. I took my hand off the pulley. Saying that, Kimiyoshi began making loud groaning noises to try and show he was thinking hard. Be frank with me. Do you think he is alive? Or dead? I think you shouldn't think he is alive. That figures. There is no point in letting him live, right? I agree with you. I really didn't mean anything too deep by it, but what I said truly scared Kimiyoshi. The police think he ran, using the money he saved to buy Satoko's birthday present, because he was the main suspect of his aunt's murder. What do you think about that? Well, I heard that the culprit was some kind of drug addict. What do you think about that? Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I believe Satoshi-kun is the culprit. The drug addict is probably a decoy that the hag arranged. I've suspected as much. That guy appeared out of nowhere. Didn't understand it at the time. So he was a decoy. I'm pretty sure. Why do you think that, though? The police were investigating the case, and Satoshi-kun was the primary suspect, wasn't he? If he was going to be demoned away, she didn't want the police to continue the investigation, I guess. Wait, what Kimiyoshi just said is very interesting. It's perfectly correct. If the police continued their investigation, it would complicate things for whoever demoned away Satoshi-kun. Therefore, the hag came up with the decoy in order to bring an end to the investigation. But fabricating a suspect can't be that easy, don't you agree? The only person who can do things like that is Oryu-san. I knew the hag was very powerful on the underside of Hinamizawa, but I never knew she was that powerful. I'm sure you've heard quite a few rumors during the dam conflict. Didn't you also hear things directly? During the dam protests, I actually saw them issuing orders to my relatives. Like, destroy their heavy machinery, or can we set up checkpoint to blockade their construction vehicles? They set free their comrades from the police by coming up with alibis, destroying or forging evidence. I'd seen relatives do those things, as well as the hag calling in counselors to the house to protest. As a child, I was pretty impressed, but when I thought back, it was more than that. She was truly the mastermind who controlled the underside of the world. You've heard about the kidnapping case of the grandson of the Minister of Construction, right? So it was really a kidnapping, huh? I heard the grandson was demoned away and then found in the middle of the mountains in Takatsudo or Yagauchi. That was at Oryu-san's command. The minister promised to stop the dam's construction, and the grandson was released. All the top people in the ex-Guardians know that. But it didn't stop, right? I guess I was right in the middle of it when it was happening, but I didn't notice. The hag, the three families, and the ex-Guardians are truly magnificent, huh? How terrifying. Kimiyoshi finally realized the situation he was in, and he was answering my questions. That made me happy, but the more Kimiyoshi told me the truth, the more I realized Satoshi-kun really was dead. That made me very sad. Because it was like a year later, and then the foreman died. Actually demoned away Satoshi-kun. I don't know. We were never to ask who actually executed Oryu-san's orders. He was right. That was how the system worked. And so, that was a bad question. Whoever it was did a great job, because his body hasn't been found. That's not easy. Putting aside who actually killed him, it is possible Oryu-san has helped to get rid of the body. You know about the well farther down from here, the one used to dump bodies, don't you? Yeah, I do. It's a lot safer to dump a body in the well than to bury It's somewhere in the mountains. Whoever disappears becomes a sacrifice to calm the anger of Oroshiro-sama. That was the rule of this game. Therefore, the bodies must never be discovered. That's why the bodies had to be dumped somewhere. Nobody could find them. It's very possible that the well was used for that. Then, Satoshi-kun is at the bottom of that well? I grabbed a flashlight and headed to the huge cave with all the cells. As I turned on the lights in the cave, Mion noticed me and gave me a worried look. I ignored her and headed to the cell in the back. I was still very impressed by how the well was hidden. It was almost artistic. I shone the flashlight at the bottom of the well. I had no way of knowing how deep the well was. The light of the flashlight wasn't strong enough to reach the bottom. I inhaled, then screamed into the well. Satoshi-kun! Satoshi-kun! Satoshi-kun's name echoed again and again. It was obviously a very deep well. I thought of climbing down using the wedges on the wall. But with the flashlight hanging from my neck, I couldn't light my footing properly. Even if there was enough lighting, I didn't even know if the wedges were sturdy enough. It'd be like committing suicide. Satoshi-kun was at the bottom of this well. That's when I felt it. A warm hand rubbed my head, for sure. Shion, you finally found me. Satoshi-kun, Satoshi-kun, Satoshi-kun. I've been looking for you for so long. I'm sorry I couldn't find you while you were still alive. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Shion. There's nothing you could have done before I was killed. But you did everything you could after I was dead. Also, new theme? Satoshi-kun. I want to join you. I'm coming right now. I'm gonna jump, so please catch me. Oh, jeez. Oh, well, right, she doesn't. Satoshi-kun smiled bitterly. I was saddened to see him reject me. Shion, I'm happy that you found me. But you are alive, Shion. It's so important to be alive. You can't waste it. If you aren't here, I don't want to live. I want to be with you, Satoshi-kun. I want to be close to you. I want you to rub my head again. I want to spend time with you. I'll be a good girl. I want to be with you. Live. Do I have to? Live and enjoy your life, okay? What's so fun about living alone? You'll find out. So long as you're alive. To live, I will live. I will live. The eerie well now felt warm. I wasn't allowed to go down to the bottom. But the edge of this well is a place where you and I could meet. Boing. Or blonde? What? Mion. Satoshi-kun. I found him. He's at the bottom of the well, isn't he? I think so. I can't think of anywhere else he'd be. Mion started to sob. You weren't there when Satoshi-kun was killed, were you? No. If you were there, would you have begged the hag to forgive him? Yes. I would have begged her to let him live. Liar. Eh? You liar. Too much emphasis on the R. On that day, a year ago, I just recalled how cruel Mion was then when she forced me to rip out my nails, acting in her role as the successor. Even if she was there when Satoshi-kun was killed, she wouldn't have stopped being the successor. Satoshi-kun was brought to the torture room. When he saw Mion, I'm sure he thought she would save him. Even as he heard the family head read out his death sentence, I'm sure he looked at Mion and believed that she would save him. He believed Mion was acting that way only because she was with her relatives. He believed she would help him, but she didn't do anything. He was strapped to a restraining device, yet she still wouldn't do anything. Mion was cruel. Mion, isn't it about time to help me? I see, I get it. You're with the rest of the family members, so you can't show even a hint of compassion. That sucks. Wow. Help him. Help him. Why? Why didn't you help him? You saw him looking at you, begging to help, didn't you? Why didn't you help him? Even when he was going through a rough time because of his awful aunt, you didn't help him. You pretended to sympathize, but you didn't help him. You ignored him. He was cornered because you didn't help him. I tried. I tried to support him. Even when you didn't protect him from killing his aunt, I did. I sacrificed myself to fight for him. 3 nails were nothing. But it wasn't enough to rescue Satoshi-kun. I couldn't help him. Do you know why? Because I was Shion then. As Shion, I was kept away from Hinamizawa. Nobody told me anything. I couldn't know anything. But you were different. You were Mion. You were right in the middle of everything, and you knew everything, and everyone told you everything. If I were you, I could have helped Satoshi-kun. I would have. But you were Mion. Give it back, Mion. That name isn't just yours. It's mine, too. Besides, it was mine to begin with, remember? I just let you be Mion, remember? It was mine. Give it back to me. Give me my name back. I can't stand that you even look like Mion. If I were Mion then... So is that the reveal? I kicked the bars. I kicked them again and again. Mion curled up fearfully in the back of the cell, as if she were trying to prevent the bars from crashing down onto her. Notebook page 188. Tying your own noose? Oof. That's not a pleasant torture device. Okay, 133. Yeah, let's do the tip and then we'll do the 5-minute baby. Yeah, we're gonna keep going. After that, I joined the youth group in the search for Kimiyoshi. I went down the town council's phone directory and called to see if he had visited, then had the group split according to the circular notice divisions and sent them to search the town. Everybody seemed to be assuming they wouldn't find him. Since I knew they definitely never would, it was just bothersome to me. Even after midnight, they were all still enthusiastically looking for him. I bore the sleepiness while yawning. Then I heard somebody whisper, "Last year, we did the same thing when Satoshi Hojo-kun went missing." The youth group was looking for someone who would never be found, just like last year. I was yawning because I knew this. Last year, there must also have been some people who were yawning and grinning on the inside. When did we stop searching last year? Do you remember? When Satoshi Hojo-kun was missing? Oh, what time was it? Guess that was around midnight? It was already 2 in the morning. Although they spent this much time searching for Kimiyoshi, they didn't do the same when Satoshi-kun went missing. After all, some people knew they wouldn't find him. They must have been sleepy. They must have said they should leave it to the police. Shit. I want to kill the people who said that. Poor Shion. But also not poor Shion. But anyways. Yeah, let's do the BRB. I don't have music, so I guess we'll just listen to this. BRB. I mean, we've got like 3 chapters, right? Because what do you have? We have the next night, or the next day's events, which leads to Rika, and then we have the phone call to Keiichi, and then we have the big plot spiel, but I guess from Shion's perspective. And then we have the epilogue, right? So, it should be doable. I mean, it's definitely doable, it's just a matter of whether we can handle it, I guess, today. Anyways, let's continue. Did we save? We did save. Shook. What's up, Gus? Let's save again. Who doesn't love to save in games, you know? So let's see. What? Mi-chan, you didn't get much sleep either, did you? Did you? Yeah, I went to bed at like 3. I'm a little tired. 3? Hey now, you can't keep staying up late. You probably read the first volume of manga, thought it was interesting, then read the entire series, didn't you? I understand, I've done that before. Well, that's the same. What? Wait, is it about the mayor? He still hasn't been found? Nope. Went to the Furude Shrine to join the youth group in their search for the mayor. Is that the first time that he learns about that? Since I knew there was no way he would be found, it was really boring for me. Well, just enduring sleepiness wasn't that bad. Not if you considered what Kimiyoshi had to go through since last night. He had been hanging from the ceiling and couldn't even fall asleep or sit down. Or no, it was the night before, right? She calls... and then... or maybe, I don't know. He'd been hanging from the ceiling and couldn't even fall asleep or sit down, since he had to stay on tiptoes the whole time. Because the next night's about Rika and Satoko. Teacher explained to us that the mayor had gone missing, and asked us if we knew anything. A couple of people said some things, but they were irrelevant. To me, this issue meant nothing, but it was all my classmates were talking about. Maybe this was it. I observed Keiichi Maebara. I had no idea if any type of danger was drawing closer to him. Maybe I'd call him again tonight, pretend to be Shion. I told him some outrageous stuff last night, so he panicked. But I was sure he'd calm down after a day. At that time, I heard a little girl's laughter. It was Rika Furude, the last survivor of the Furude family, and their current head. However, she wasn't really treated as one. During the family council, she'd often draw pictures or take a nap in the hag's bed. She wasn't even invited to last night's meeting. It was hard to believe such a little girl was responsible for part of the curse system. However, even though she wasn't in a respected position as the head of the Furude family, there were plenty of old people who worshipped her as the reincarnation of Oyoshiro-sama. I'd heard from someone that Rika Furude was rather odd, and seemed to behave as if she knew she was that reincarnation. Maybe Takano-san had told me that at the library when she was alive. When Rika Furude became worried about something, the elderly people who worshipped her would make arrangements. It was very similar to the Sonozaki family, and it was also the same system as used for the curse. I wonder, does Rika Furude know anything about the deaths of Takano-san and Tomitake-san? What does she think of people sneaking into the ritual storehouse? Does she know who snuck in and what happened to those people? As the one managing the storehouse, it was possible that she noticed the intruders first. In fact, she was the only one who could have noticed it. She must pass on that information. Well, no, because she was doing the dance. She must pass on that information, which was why the curse was executed. That foolish Keiichi turned the light on when we went into the ritual storehouse. That light switch could have been connected to some kind of alarm. Rika Furude, the leader of the Furude family. Maybe getting to know her would be a good idea. As the leader of the Furude family, how much do you know about the incident? I asked her rather directly. It was hard to tell if she understood what I was asking her in place of the Sonozaki family head, instead of as me and Sonozaki. Are you talking about Tomitake and Takano? Oh, right, and then Rika's beat up, right. Rika answered. The news hadn't been made public, yet she knew about it, because then she warns Keiichi, don't talk to Mion. Although she looked immature, perhaps she truly was the head of the Furude family. That's the curse of Oishiro-sama. I already know that. But it's not over yet, is it? There should still be 2 more. Have you heard about what will happen to them? Try to be vague to see how Rika Furude would react. I've been thinking that she had nothing to do with the underside of Hinamizawa, since she was always treated like a child. However, Rika had just said things about the incident which normal people shouldn't know anything about. That proved she belonged to the underside's network. I don't think that matters anymore. She answered the question about Tomitaka-san and Takano-san fairly quickly, but took a little longer to answer this time. Did she have to think about it? Shit, the look on her face never changes. It's impossible to figure out what she's thinking. What do you mean? How can they get away with what they've done? I think if they feel bad about what they've done, that should be fine. Her response was unexpected, especially after seeing all the old people get so furious last night. The trespass in the ritual storehouse was blasphemy against Oishiro-sama. The village elders had said those intruders deserved to die. Yet the leader of the Furude family who protected the sacred storehouse for ritual implements said that if they felt remorse for it, then that was fine. I recalled how people thought of Rika Furude's father during the dam conflict. Yes. Her father was called an opportunist back then. He didn't agree with the Onigafuchi guardians who had resisted violently during the conflict. See, I keep saying the Onigafuchi guardians, but I'm thinking back to chapter 4 with the... Didn't they call them Onigafuchi Demon Alliance? And is that just a nickname from the police, I guess? Or is that a alternate reality time change thing? Who would have resisted violently during the conflict, like father, like daughter? I aggressively grabbed Rika Furude by the collar. Huh. What the heck are you talking about? Pretty stupid. Onigafuchi Guardians is the official name. Gotcha. You're pretty stupid, just like your predecessor, aren't you? The Furude family must understand better than anybody how sacred the ritual storehouse is. How could the head of that family say such a thing? I laughed at myself. I was told the same thing by someone else, and was now saying it to Rika. Don't you know how serious a crime trespassing in the ritual storehouse is? It's a very important place for Oishiro-sama, so nobody can go in without permission. See, you know that, but those 4 people brought their filth in there. What bad kitty cats. Meow. That's right, bad cats. 2 cats have been caught and punished. There are 2 more. Meow. How do you think they should be punished? Tell me your opinion as the head of the Furude family. Rika really didn't usually wear any expression whatsoever, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. But while I grabbed her by the collar and stared at her, I could tell somehow. Rika was a little disturbed. I sensed she was trying to see what I was thinking in turn. I want to forgive those 2 kitty cats. Why should they get away with what they've done? Me, what are you trying to say? That's a good question, so let me explain. Those 2 must offer compensation for what they've done. They have to clear away their sins, otherwise Oishiro-sama won't stop being angry. Every crime must be punished appropriately. Do you understand? Oishiro-sama doesn't get angry even if someone enters the storehouse. Huh? What are you saying? The reason why nobody is allowed to see the ritual storehouse is because there are too many scary tools in there. I'm sure people would get scared if they saw them. That's why we don't let people in there. I'm sure those intruders were scared too. And I'm sure they feel bad about what they've done. They're forgiven once they feel bad about what they've done? That's not for you to decide, that's what Oishiro-sama decides. I'm the shrine maiden of Oishiro-sama, don't you know? Of course I do. You were telling me that Oishiro-sama told you he isn't angry, are you? Rika nodded yes, without hesitation. Can't believe the lie she's coming up with. Not surprised. I'm shocked. Huh? That's why your parents died of the curse 2 years ago? Oishiro-sama was angry because they didn't deserve to serve him? That's why you cursed your father? Oishiro-sama would never do that. My father didn't die because of the curse of Oishiro-sama. Bah! Am I really talking to the last shrine maiden of the Furude family? Obviously, Oishiro-sama can't be at peace. You were supposed to worship Orishiro-sama. How pathetic. I don't know why you're so angry at me. I realized. She was in a position to know as much as the other two family heads. As proof, she talked about this year's incident as though it was nothing. Yes, she could feign ignorance with a serious face. She sure is something. She's even better than me. Oof. I slapped her a few times and pushed her to the floor. Rika, having tumbled downward, looked up at me with tears in her eyes. This has all happened because you wanted to change the storehouse's lock to something that was easier for you, right? That's true. The old one was too heavy, so I talked to Kimiyoshi and he changed it to a cheaper, lighter one. If you left the heavy lock on, maybe that would have prevented them from trespassing. This is your fault too. Don't you forget that. Of course, the Kimiyoshi family who actually changed the lock is responsible for this too. That last part was something I added on a whim. I did it to connect Rika's story to the disappearance of Kimiyoshi. I wanted to pressure her psychologically by doing so. The head of the Kimiyoshi family had to pay for his crime. That's why he disappeared. The head of the Furude family has to pay for a crime too, you know. Rika was still on the floor, tears pouring down her cheeks. Keiichi Maebara is the last one left. I suppose the Furude family will take care of him. I don't know anything. You don't need to know anything, do you? You just have to look worried, that's all it takes. That's how it is at our house too. Anyway, good luck. I don't... Rika hung her head. She seemed to want to say something, but she was afraid that I might be rough with her again. I doubted Rika Furude was actually at the top of the curse system, like the hag was. However, as one of the three family heads, she was a lot closer to the underside of Hinamizawa than I was. By now, the underside was well aware of Keiichi Maebara. I told the elderly leaders of the village yesterday in the meeting that Keiichi Maebara was the last one remaining. I just told the head of the Furude family the same thing, if threateningly. My threat was effective. The curse of Orishiro-sama should very soon fall upon Keiichi Maebara. And at just the right time, I would grab my enemy right as he took my bait. If the assassin came from the Furude family, this girl would have committed the same sin as the hag. When that time came, I wouldn't hold back. I was going to make sure she suffered, and then kill her. I've heard of a torture technique where you pound dozens of nails into a victim's fingers. I already found a restraining table and the tools for it. When the time comes, I'll pound nails into your fingers. That gruesome anticipation radiated from my eyes and scared Rika even further. I forget. I'm pretty sure we got the description of the deaths, right? For Satoko and Rika. I wonder how Kimiyoshi is doing. I doubt he died from tiptoeing all night, but sometimes a human can go very easily. Or no, right before she does it to Keiichi, well, she doesn't do it, but she says that she did it to Rika, right? Or no. I'm sure we'll see. He already told me everything I wanted to hear, he doesn't know anything else anyway. On top of that, he was responsible for spreading the infection that was the cursed system of Orishiro-sama. His sins are very heavy. I really liked Uncle Kimiyoshi. He had always been kind. The hag was so tough on her relatives. That's why he was extra nice to me. When we talked yesterday, I was so happy to hear him say he would forgive Shion. He even said he would fight the hag to save her. That made me very happy. Don't worry. If Shion-chan feels bad about what she has done, she won't be demoned away. Leave it to me. I felt such warmth inside of me. I almost shivered. I was so happy, yet so very sad. For he continued to say that Satoshi-kun deserved to die. He said those nice things because he wanted to make me unhappy, since she was worried about Shion. Satoshi-kun deserved to die because he was a member of the cursed Hojo family, but Shion-chan, the Sonozaki family, did not. That's what he meant. In other words, to the leaders of the village, including Kimiyoshi, members of the Hojo family were more contemptible than insects. They didn't care if they lived or died. Their sin was not only that they despised the Hojo family so, but also that they let that hatred infect the rest of the village. Therefore, everyone in the village deserves to be a victim of the curse of Oishio-sama. Kimiyoshi and the others created an environment that excused murder in that name. Squeak? Did you hear it, Gus? If that was so, if Takano-san and Tomitaka-san hadn't committed the serious crime of trespassing in the ritual storehouse, then Satoko Hojo, the last survivor of the Hojo family, and Teppei Hojo, who's been hiding in Okunomiya, might have been the victims. Satoko Hojo. She was always around Satoshi-kun. She expected Satoshi-kun to help her every time she cried. She was one of the people who cornered him. If Satoko wasn't that much of a burden, Satoshi-kun wouldn't have killed his aunt. Somebody told Satoshi-kun to commit that murder, and to hide the evidence of his connection to the mastermind, Satoshi-kun was demoted away. That's what Oishi thought. If Satoshi-kun hadn't killed his aunt, maybe he would have been chosen as last year's victim. Wouldn't have been chosen. Because the commands were vague, after all, the curse of Oishio-sama fell upon the Hojo family as a whole. It didn't matter which member of the family died. His aunt had a terrible reputation in the neighborhood. She didn't communicate with her neighbors. She was always throwing fits, and there was nothing nice about her in any way. Even if Satoshi-kun didn't kill her, the curse would have fallen upon her sooner or later. Their aunt was the first victim. There needs to be another Hojo to calm the curse. According to a rumor, their uncle was living somewhere in Okunomiya with his lover. However, Okunomiya was a little different from Hinamizawa. Sonozaki family was powerful there as well, of course, but it would have been more difficult in Okunomiya to demon someone away. So naturally, Satoshi-kun and Satoko, who were still in Hinamizawa, became the targets. Which one should be cursed? That was simple. Satoko, of course. She was snobby and lacking in manners. Everyone in the neighborhood liked Satoshi-kun, even if he was the son of the Hojo couple who betrayed the village during the dam conflict. Compared to Satoko, he didn't deserve to die. Therefore, the actual victims of last year's curse should have been his aunt and Satoko. Satoshi-kun was suddenly all alone. His mean aunt and a mean uncle were gone. His sister, who was a burden to him all his life, was gone too. Satoshi-kun was such a nice person, he would be sad, although he'd realize he was finally free. But the time would heal him. I'd even help. Jesus. He didn't have to live in his house in Hinamizawa. There were plenty of empty rooms in the apartment block where I lived. I could find him a part-time job, too. He didn't need to go to school in Hinamizawa. He could go to school with me in Okunomiya instead. He wouldn't know his way around, or really anything about the school there. So I'd be with Satoshi-kun all the time. I'd show him a shortcut to school, I'd go shopping, and I'd teach him many different things. What an unbelievably happy ending. Nope. Satoshi-kun had been suffering so much, and I'd been pushed away all my life. But we would finally be happy. I enjoyed these sweet delusions, but I didn't have any more time to waste. I was sure there were plenty of old people who had been trying to get hold of Oryu all morning, and who were going to try to catch me after I got home from school. Actually, the phone had been ringing constantly while I enjoyed my happy thoughts. When I answered the phone, I casually listened and replied. As I planned, Keiichi Mibara is now known as the next curse victim within the underside of Hinamizawa. I also tried to let them know that the disappearance of the village chief had something to do with the fact that he changed the lock on the ritual storehouse door. All the authorities in the other side came to realize the seriousness of the trespassing in the storehouse. After all, one of the heads of the three families got punished. One of the phone calls was from Oishi. He had also heard about Kimiyoshi's disappearance, and he knew it had something to do with the changing of the lock. I'm impressed. He has some pretty good sources. But all he can do is catch whatever information he can get. There's no way for him to find out where it's coming from. I'd call Keiichi Mibara again late tonight. Some of the more aggressive villagers may have already started to take action around him. I'm sure that by now Keiichi is feeling the danger that's coming toward him. Until Keiichi talks to Oishi, right? About Shion. I have to be careful that he doesn't get killed easily. If I can catch the enemy before they bit Keiichi, I can use him again as bait. Keiichi Mibara. Haven't known him for that long. He's funny, if not intelligent. He'll never replace Satoshi-kun, but I do think he's fun to be around. There's just one thing I don't like about him. He rubs my head far too often. His hand is as warm as Satoshi-kun's hand, which is why I can't stand it. That's about it. Keiichi Maebara isn't Satoshi-kun's enemy. I don't hate him. He's fun to be around, but I wouldn't shed a tear for him if he became a victim of the curse. I won't prevent Keiichi Maebara from being killed, but I won't kill him myself either. So what changes? Well, I guess we'll see, but I wonder what changes her feelings. I'd made arrangements for the curse to fall upon him, but I never told anyone to kill him. Well, I suppose I did tell Rika Furude to take care of Keiichi Maebara. Wait a minute. To avenge Satoshi-kun, I'm doing exactly the same thing as the hag did. I'm using the exact same system that killed Satoshi-kun. Keiichi Maebara. Just using him. I told people to let the curse fall upon Keiichi, but I've been giving him appropriate warnings. I'm gonna help him if he tries to live. If I catch all of my enemies, maybe I'll let him loose. It's different from Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun was tricked into killing his aunt, and was killed himself afterwards, so there wouldn't be any evidence remaining. I won't kill Keiichi Maebara. That's how I'm different from the hag. I'm guessing when she kills Mion, that's when she realizes. Evening was turning to night. Well, I guess she even was about to kill Keiichi in front of Mion, right? Evening was turning to night. I had to get dinner ready. I had to eat, so I'd have no strength to take revenge. This place was far from the town. It would even get isolated during winter because of the snow. It's not unusual for a household like this to have 2 or 3 refrigerators. There are plenty of groceries left in them. I was glad I didn't have to go grocery shopping. I could hear the chorus of the Higurashi. People often say that the sound of the Higurashi brings back memories, but for me it's the exact opposite. I've only ever heard of the sound of the Higurashi in Hinamizawa. Therefore, the sound of the Higurashi, to me, is Hinamizawa. The sound reminded me that I wasn't supposed to be here, but I couldn't be here. That was when I heard the doorbell. Because there was a good distance between the house and the gate. There was both a doorbell and an intercom by the ladder. It had a security camera too. Something as modern as a security camera monitor in this old-fashioned kitchen looked rather strange. Turned the switch, but nothing happened on the monitor. Appeared on the monitor. Title drop. There it is. Tried to check the plug, but there were a bunch of cords getting behind the refrigerator, so I couldn't even do that. The doorbell continued to ring while I tried to figure out if the monitor was broken, or if I just didn't know how to turn it on. I only felt like answering the door, depending on who it was. Oh, credits. Normally it'd be easiest to pretend to be out, but that wouldn't help me. I was waiting for my enemies to show up. Now we just need to wait for them to say Meakashi. I was waiting for my enemies to show up. I couldn't just hide myself in that case. The hag was supposed to be sick and in an extremely bad mood. I already sent word out that she didn't want to see anyone. So who could it be? I made up my mind and turned the intercom on. Oh, it's Rika, right? If it was someone unwanted, I could just turn whoever it was away. But I had to act normally so I wouldn't arouse suspicion. I had to act normally. Yes? Who is it? Hello. She didn't tell me her name, but I recognized her voice. Rika-chan, what are you doing here? At this time of day? I ran out of soy sauce, so could you share some with me? Soy sauce? I almost screamed, but I controlled myself. It took a moment to think about the situation. Namazawa is far from most stores, so sometimes neighbors would share seasoning and stuff with each other. The village sometimes got snowed in during winter, but the Furude shrine was quite far from this house. It's rather odd for her to come all the way here on her bicycle just to get some soy sauce. Maybe she was using it as an excuse. Maybe there was something she wanted to talk to me about. That was when I noticed a piece of paper that was on the refrigerator door next to the intercom. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come to the Sonzaki house if you want some. The hag must have given that flyer to everyone. One of our relatives sent her a barrel of soy sauce. One of our relatives. If you want some, bring a container. That's what the flyer said. I see. This would explain it. There was a handwritten note on the bottom of the flyer. Soy sauce is in the storage area under the floor. Give them as much as they want. There's a storage area beneath the floor? When I opened it, I saw a barrel of soy sauce alongside a funnel and a ladle. Didn't want Rika to notice anything suspicious at this point. Decided to share the soy sauce with her. Sure. Did you bring a container? I brought a soy sauce bottle. Okay. Come on in. I'll be at the front door. As I headed there, I heard the doorbell ring again. Give enough soy sauce to replicate demonic cat kid. Hey, Effie. How's it going? I heard the doorbell ring again. Me. The gate is locked from the inside. I can't open it. Ah, that's right. Sorry. I'll be right there, just hang on. People didn't pay much attention to safety around here in Hinamizawa. People didn't think too much about locking the doors. But as someone who's lived in the town, I've always locked everything. To let Rika Furude in, I had to go outside. It's going okay? That's good, right? How was your dinner? Not staying long? That's fair. I mean, you got your stream going. You had time to play. Good evening. Good evening. Rika smiled at me. She was holding a huge soy sauce bottle. She acted like I never yelled at her, got violent with her, or made her cry at all today. Rika. Not staying. Oh, no. Never mind. Perhaps she came to curry favor, thinking that she angered me. Oh, no, I was just repeating your message of not staying long. But I already read that, so never mind. Ignore me. I invited Rika to the front door. I told her to wait for a moment and tried to take the bottle. Rika took her shoes off and walked into the house with the bottle in her hands. She's just walking in like she owns the place. Don't worry, I'll get it for you. Why don't you wait there? I'm pretty good at pouring soy sauce into a funnel, you know? She looked at me as if begging. I guess she wanted to pour the soy sauce into the bottle herself. Didn't want her to come in the house, but I suppose I didn't want her to wait there alone either. If she came to the kitchen with me, I could keep my eyes on her. And so, I brought Rika to the kitchen. We walked down the hallway. I only heard my footsteps. I stopped suddenly and turned around to make sure Rika was following me. Rika bumped into me. Sorry. I made sure she was right behind me and started to walk again. Tap, tap, tap. Tip, tip, tip. Tap, tap. Kitchen has knives. That it does. Tip, tip. Rika must have been having fun matching her footsteps to mine. Even when I quickly sped up, our footsteps matched perfectly. Meep, meep. Tap, 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 tap. Tip, tip. Tip, tip. Tap, tap, tap. I stopped suddenly. Tip, tip, tip. Tip. Rika stopped suddenly too, after taking an extra step. She's just having fun, it's fine. When I turned around, Rika smiled at me. Rika's the new runner confirmed. When I stopped suddenly, I heard her extra step. I've experienced such footsteps before. It was making me feel uncomfortable. But now, although her footsteps sounded the same as the other ones I'd experienced, I saw her when I turned around. That was the difference between them. Pogi! I left the storage door open so we could see the soy sauce barrel. The memo said she can take as much as she wants, but I wasn't sure there was enough left. I crouched down and tried to open the lid of the soy sauce barrel. Even when I crouched down, I could hear Rika's extra step. Good, there's plenty left. Take as much as you want. Oh, jeez. When I turn around, Rika is very close to me. But, Who is this? I saw Rika, but it wasn't Rika at all. It was like when I switched with my sister. The outside was the same, but the inside was different. Waiting for eye change. Where's the face change? Did Rika have a twin sister? I was confused for a moment. That was when Rika sprayed something from a small bottle into my eyes. Huh? I felt a terrible pain in my eyes, and suddenly tears poured out and my nose started to run. I couldn't stop sneezing either. Rika has a third leg confirmed explains. As I stumbled around, covering my face, I then realized I was attacked. I shut my eyes tightly for a moment, then opened them again. Rika was about to grab my hair, drag me down to the floor. When Rika saw me open my eyes, she sprayed at me again. Pepper spray. It's okay, we're looking through the scary eyes. I shut my eyes to avoid the spray, but my nose still breathed in the substance. I avoided the pain in my eyes, but the tears, the running nose, and the sneezing continued. Shit. Ah. My brain isn't working quickly enough. However, when I finally understood that I had been attacked by Rika Furude, my brain started to grind to motion. Rika Furude knocked me on my back and got on top of me. I tried to escape from her by rolling on the kitchen floor. As I rolled, I hit an oven, a huge jar, and destroyed a pile of something on the floor as I fought back. But Rika didn't let go of me. She stayed on top and restrained me. She was sitting on my stomach and I felt intense pain and pressure. She sure could fight well. I still couldn't see anything. Rika had the upper hand, my eyes were shut, and I was in real danger. As I tried to blink, I saw Rika's expression. I didn't know Rika Furude all that well. I only knew her from the few times we met when I went to school as Mion, and from the things I've heard from other people. Is this Rohypnol? Rohypnol? Craigasm? Wait, this delay is done? BRB? Okay. But as far as I knew, there was no Rika Furude. There's no way Rika Furude would ever do something like this. Sit on me, Rika-chan. She's like 15 or 12. She's like 12. No. Lol, JK. This is just impossible. 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 No, I can't fill my head with that word. Why not? Because that's Keiichi's word. I have to calm down and figure out what to do next. Shit, too much of a mess to even think. I tried to peek at her face again. She still had the spray bottle in one hand. I don't mean it in any lewd way. I gotcha, I guess. What I didn't expect was the thing in her other hand. How could I mistake it for anything else? Wait. Was the thing in her other hand? How could I mistake it for anything else? It was definitely a syringe. When Rika realized I'd regained my eyesight, she pointed the spray bottle right at me and let loose with it. Music. I shut my eyes tightly. Manga, Tubby. It's the syringe again. When Rika realized I'd regained my eyesight, she pointed the spray bottle right at me and let loose with it. Shut my eyes tightly and tried to ignore the pain. But that was when, even though I was blinded, Rika made a miscalculation. She had sprayed at me from such a close distance that she inhaled the substance as well. Oof. I heard Rika sneeze and realized that it was my chance. Even if I couldn't see, I knew she was right there. I hit Rika's face a few times. When I felt Rika's weight shift, I escaped. I then got my stun gun ready. Rika must have inhaled just a little of the spray. She wasn't sneezing anymore, and was glaring at me instead. Hey, 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 are you picking a fight with me? You want me to wreck you? Rika's expression didn't change, but I was sure she was disappointed that her surprise attack was a failure. Rika flinched, just a little, but she was still holding the spray bottle and aiming it at my eyes. She was trying to use the spray first, and then give me the shot. Didn't know what was in that syringe, but it was a clear liquid. It had to be something bad. She wanted to take my eyesight, get on top of me, then give me the shot. If whatever was in the syringe took a while to take effect, I might have the chance to fight back, and seriously injure Rika. Aren't you? Protag is cockroach confirmed. It's bug spray. But Rika's surprise attack told me that just being injected was more than enough. In other words, whatever the effect, it would start to work immediately. Therefore, I wouldn't be able to fight back against her. It'd probably either knock me out or kill me. In any case, what I had was equally deadly. My stun gun was very powerful. Just one shot would be all it took. What happened before was proof of its power. Rika knew my stun gun was a lot more powerful than her spray. She was being extremely cautious. Hey, what do you think you're doing in my house, huh? If you aren't moving, then I'll come to you. I threw a pile of newspapers at her. I pile wasn't tied together, so the newspapers flew all over Rika. I jumped at her immediately after. I shoved my stun gun into her. I pulled the trigger. Rika spasmed and fell to the floor. You fool. Hesitating in a fight where a single blow wins. Only amateurs just glare at each other. You don't have a single clue about how advantageous the first strike is when a single blow can decide everything. Strong package vibes here. That is also a sentence. The spray bottle rolled on the ground, but she still had the syringe. Rika was down, but I couldn't let my guard down either. I kicked her in the side and clambered on top of her. I took the syringe. I held Rika's arm down and gave it a shot. My actions could hardly be called gentle. I injected her violently. I injected everything that was in the syringe. Rika began to convulse. I stood back and watched for what happened to her body. Of course, I still had my guard up. While I assumed that the drug would incapacitate her immediately, I didn't know exactly what kind of reaction she would have. Haha, look at you. Did you really think you could defeat me? Think again. After a few more convulsions, Rika unsteadily got to her feet. But I shall stop. I'm having trouble taking this seriously. What the fuck? It's because I'm reading it? That's ridiculous. How can she even stand? I looked at my stun gun. Damn it. The power was on the low setting. Or is it because Rika's fighting who we are? Is this a coping mechanism? Maybe. Damn it, the power was on the low setting. Maybe it had been readjusted when we were rolling around before. I changed the setting to maximum. Rika turned pale and started sweating all over. Didn't know its exact effects, but if Rika had given me the shot, I'd be the one experiencing her symptoms. She looked really sick, so obviously she must have been feeling awful too. I have no context, Karen. That probably helps too. She couldn't even focus. She was very wobbly and had her hand on the wall. She lost her balance and it must have been hard for her to even stand. She didn't look so brave anymore. So you're gonna read a wiki, Effie? Or what are you gonna do? Shot to claw throat, Desu. Claw throat? Rika wobbled some more and moaned as if she was about to throw up. Oh, ahu, hanyu, cough, cough. Rika looked scary as she moaned and wobbled, but at the same time she looked kind of funny too. Certainly, she hadn't even dreamed she'd be getting the shot herself. As the man sows, so shall he reap. That's what you get. I don't know yet. I was reading a different book earlier. Well, that's a voice. This is funny, so funny. Please don't throw up here. Go to the bathroom, okay? I'm gonna enjoy how long it'll take for you to die. Oh, but that means I can't torture you later, huh? I've been planning to use the nail table on you. So either you choke on your own vomit and die, or I pound nails into all 10 of your fingers. I wonder which will it be. Okay, I know. Let's move to the underground shrine storage. I'll put you to sleep so I can move you there, okay? I walked up to Rika, my stun gun making popping sounds. When Rika saw the sparks from the stun gun, she moved to grab a huge kitchen knife. Hanyu, JP 2020. Oh no, it's a swirly music. It's happening. Are you still trying to fight? That makes things more fun. I have so much fun. I have so much I want to ask you. I'll suggest you back down. Well, actually, even if you do, you'll go through the same misery anyway. Wait. She grabbed a huge kitchen knife. Gotcha. Protag wants to torture her? Yeah. Sorry, but I'll refuse that invitation, you torture maniac. What she said wasn't anything I'd expect to hear from the Rika I knew. But I didn't hesitate. I had the advantage, so I didn't need to worry. Besides, this is coming from the last survivor of the Furude family, one of the 3 families. That sudden change somehow felt natural. Wait, Samazaki? Lama. Rika is still cute though. Compared to what the 3 families have done, this is nothing. Thank you for that high praise though. I should be proud of myself, huh? So? Are you seriously thinking about fighting me with a knife in that condition? Can't even stand straight. 3 families, 3 kingdoms. Wait, you didn't know who was talking of you? I don't think she knows. But I haven't also said. Seriously sleeping. Can't even stand straight. You're right. Like you said, I'm at my limit. But if that means getting captured and tortured to death by you, then sorry, I'm taking my leave. Taking your leave? Try it if you can. It was clear who held the advantage here. But despite that, an odd thrill filled both of us. I kind of dropped in after, like immediately after Summon's Lucky Residence appeared. Actually, wait, this character isn't even in Chapter 1. Yes, correct. Well, I was gonna say something, but I can't, because, right. Well, I mean, I could say something, but it's fine. We lost our minds wasn't a fitting phrase for the people of Hinamizawa. There was a feeling of release when modern demons could stop pretending to be human. Yes, this was a mad banquet of demons, with the savoring of blood and devouring of flesh. Attended by the head of the Furude family, and the head of the Sonozaki family, the whole family's whose blood is closest to the madness of the demons. Wink. Should I know who's talking? I don't think you can possibly know who's talking. I stood in front of the hallway so as to block her escape route. The windows had grates and the door had a safety chain on it, unless they say in a few moments. She turned around, I hit her with my stun gun. In this situation, what did Rika Furude mean by taking her leave? Like, it's not a character's name is mentioned in Chapter 1. Right. Rika got her knife ready. I expected her to aim at my stomach when she attacked, so I took a stance with my stun gun ready in my hand. Rika, however, suddenly turned around. I carefully watched to see what her next move would be. Rika put the handle of the knife to the wall and held it in place. What was she doing? Goodbye, torture maniac. I won't give you the satisfaction of killing me. Rika reared her head back and slammed her throat against the knife on the wall. Her blood splattered all over. Rika bent backwards repeatedly and let the knife slash at her throat. Again and again. Her neck and chest were dyed red. I'd always thought blood was darker. But her blood wasn't dark. It was so bright I must have been confused, but it looked pretty. After doing this several times, Rika turned around. Her eyes were wide open. She didn't look like she was from this world. Her face looked like something both living and dead, both real and artificial. It was very scary, eerie, and above all else, pale. I'll either find out who or won't, but I'm gonna resume the book. Enjoy. Sounds good, Effie. I mean, do you want to know? Doesn't matter to me either way. Anyway, you need to recover more. Sounds good, Effie. Perfect time to leave, you know, after the event that just happened. But yeah, have fun with Hat in Time. Thanks for stopping by. Although her face looked unearthly, it was a very appropriate face for a demon. Didn't have a mirror, so I couldn't tell. But I was sure it looked exactly like her. Rika continued to violently slash her throat. It reminded me of someone trying to break a huge piece of ice with an ice pick. That was exactly what Rika looked like. Was that one movie? Michael Douglas? Basic Instinct? The white chips of ice coolly flying through the air. What I saw before me was a beautiful sight. Every time Rika struck her throat, tiny drops of blood splattered the boring white world around her. I do like this thing. It was like a dance. A dedication dance by the final head of the Furude family. Demon's last dance of dedication to Urashiro-sama. Upon seeing that literally blood-curdling dance, I let out a fierce roar. I had no reason to do so. I was howling like an animal. We were like animals trying to kill each other, both getting covered in blood. And inevitably, as one convulsed in a pool of that blood, the other threw back its head and howled. My body shivered with the joy I felt inside of me. This was death, the most final of judgments, and it was right before me. The demons howled, screamed, and roared. Is the phone ringing? The roars, or is that part of the theme? The roars faded and my voice started to change from the voice of a demon back to that of a human. As a demon, I roared, but as a human, I sneered. Rika was covered in blood from her neck down. Her blood was pouring out, making a little noise. Rika was still staring into my eyes. I stared back at her. I wasn't sure there was still eyes, though. They were no longer human eyes, but the eyes of the dead. Rika. No. Rika's corpse vomited blood from her mouth and nose and smiled. Then she dropped the knife. She stuck her hands out and turned her palms upward. Her wriggling fingers reminded me of an insect's legs. Those fingers reached for her own throat. Never seen anything like it. Never seen anybody do this before. Because Rika was scratching her own throat. She was ripping her own throat apart. Huh. Maybe that wasn't a good description. She was trying to rip out the inside of her throat through the opening she'd made with the knife. Her fingers found the biggest tear. Rika smiled. At least that's what I would have called it if she were alive. She ripped open the tear in one tug. Jesus. What? Upon hearing my scream, Rika died and fell on her face into the pool of blood. That was it. She didn't get up again to show me her throat. I stepped back from Rika Furude's body and bumped into the wall in the hallway. I roared again in admiration of the ritual dance of dedication of the head of the Furude family. Joy ran through my body, and my blood rushed through my veins. I won! I won! I defeated her! I then realized I disposed of the heads of 3 families, the core of the curse of the Orishiro-sama. Everything was finally exposed. The curse of Orishiro-sama and its masterminds were all exposed. I disposed of the leaders of the 3 families, who all killed Satoshi-kun. The head of the Sonozaki family died of a heart attack. She was at the bottom of the well, along with a wheelchair. I apprehended the head of the Kimiyoshi family. He continued to tiptoe until he died. The head of the Furude family died, in a way that was perfect for the final head of the 3 families of Onigafuchi. I did it. I accomplished my mission. I defeated all the masterminds. I killed Satoshi-kun with the curse. Everyone. Satoshi-kun, you were powerless. You didn't have the means to fight back. Those evil people simply sneered while they let you die, after marking you as a member of the cursed Hojo family. I will never, ever forgive them. They believed you deserved to die because you were one of the Hojos. As long as it was done by the curse of Orishiro-sama, they didn't care how you were killed. I will never forgive those people for creating this world. What could I have done to save you, Satoshi-kun? Couldn't save you. Shion Sonozaki couldn't do anything else at the time. If I was Mion, not Shion. If I was Mion that day, well, there it is. I could have saved you. Mion could have saved you. That's right, I remember now. Shion. She said she wanted to eat red snapper sashimi that day. I was supposed to eat that. But Shion pouted and cried. That was why I let her switch, just for that night. I did it to make her happy, like a big sister would. Shion was never treated well, so I felt bad. That was it. I was being a good sister, that was it. When morning came, the world had been turned upside down, and had remained so until today. We weren't twins anymore. The one with the demon was Mion, and the one without the demon was Shion. What was that supposed to mean? Wait, Mom, listen. I'm Mion, not her. You can tell us apart, right, Mom? Look, can't you tell I'm Mion? Come on, everyone, tell me I'm Mion. I'm Mion. Don't call me Shion. I'm Mion, I am. Then I realized. You knew, didn't you? That the relatives weren't gathering for a simple party that night. You knew. No, I didn't. I really didn't know. Huh? How can you say that? You were so persistent that day. You said you'd never eaten red snapper before, so you really wanted to try it. You never gave up asking me. I really didn't know. I didn't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have said that. Oh, sure. You were always jealous of me. That was why I switched with you every once in a while. But you weren't satisfied with just that. You became even more jealous. And that night, you knew what was going on, and took Mion from me. You took Mion from me. Give Mion back. I'm the one who's Mion. I am Mion Sonozaki. You are Shion this whole time. Don't call yourself Mion, you imposter. Kicked the bars of the cell repeatedly while I roared. Compared to my roar, the metallic noise of the bar sounded like the cry of a little puppy. I'd been convinced by something so stupid. The tattoo of the demon was just a way of telling us apart. Even without that tattoo, I am Mion. That's right. I am Mion Sonozaki. I gathered my hair and put it in a ponytail with the yellow band that Mion used all the time. Since I didn't feel my hair on my neck, I felt like I could think more clearly now. Two Mions looked at each other through the iron bars. According to our sibling rules, that was never to happen. Yes, there was only one Mion and one Shion. There could never be two of either at the same time. Shion, let your hair down. I am Mion, and Mion is here. You are never Mion, so don't pretend to be me ever again, do you hear? I said, do you hear? If you do, answer me, Shion. Okay, I did that wrong, but I at least took myself back on this day. Shion admitted she was Shion. How wonderful it is to be Mion. I feel great. I can think clearly now. Because after all, Mion is capable of anything. Unlike you, Shion. How dare you pretend to be Mion? Do you have any idea? Huh, Shion? Yes, sis. Shion called me sis. And so, I was Mion. The demon who had been sleeping deep inside of me was finally allowed to wake up. The demon roared and my whole body shivered to express its joy. Shion, you committed a great sin. You were Mion until now. You were in a powerful position as Mion of the Sonozaki family, yet you didn't even try to rescue Satoshi-kun. You had millions of chances to save him, but you chose not to do anything. I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. I could have saved Satoshi-kun. You took him from me and you killed him. I'll never forgive you for that. Shion was shaking on the other side of the bars. I will kill you. I'll kill you in the best possible way. Starting today, I'm gonna think of the best, most gruesome way to kill you. Shion, you better spend every minute fearing what's coming to you. I won't just kill you. I'll make sure your death is long and miserable. And after you're dead, I'll throw you into the well. You better apologize to Satoshi-kun when you get there. This is what you get for pretending to be me. Do you hear me? That's your sin. What's up, Gus? Well, there's the big reveal. So, yeah, I guess that makes sense now. Why she kept calling herself Shion. Even though... I mean, deep down we knew, that... The one at the end of chapter 2, Shion was Mion. Then... So they switched as kids. And then they got the tattoo. Then they had to switch back. Or no. They had to change spots. And now they're back to what they originally were. Mion's still desk girl. I needed to at least clean up the kitchen. While I was putting old newspapers on the floor to absorb blood, the phone rang. Didn't want to answer, but maybe I should. I should answer it and talk to whoever it was. Hello, this is the Sonozaki residence. Thank you for answering. This is Hojo calling. Surprised to hear the Hojo name, but I realized right away that it was Satoko. Oh, what's the matter? Satoko. Sorry to call so late. Is Rika not there with you? Ah, yes. Ever since Satoko Hojo was abandoned, she'd been living with Rika Furude. Of course she'd get suspicious that Rika hadn't returned yet. Yeah, she's here. Oh, she's still there? It's long past dinner time. Hey, Satoko. I made too much dinner tonight, so I told Rika-chan to eat here with me. Eh? Is that so? Oh... Why don't you come over too? I have plenty of food left. Rika-chan has already started eating. Oh, Rika. Alright, I'll clean up a little and then head out. See you shortly. Okay. I'll be here. See ya. Click. Okay. I was like, is it gonna continue? Okay, no, there's an intermission. Oh, right. Well, hold on. Let me do something real quick. Guess we're good? Almost. Put that there. Now we're good. Alright. Keiichi, I've been calling your name for a while. You have a phone call. It's from Sonozaki-san. Sonozaki-san? Which one? The older sister or the younger one? I don't know. Ask her yourself. Hello? Mion? Or is it Shion? It's me, Shion. Good evening. Shion. Sorry about last night. I got all riled up. Just been worried about how I hung up the phone so suddenly last night. We're tied to the same fate. Making sure the other is alright is the only way to guarantee our own safety. Yeah, I agree. We absolutely need to share whatever information we have, so that we don't die like Takano-san and Tomitake-san did. Gulp. Heard Keiichi swallow loudly. Right, so they do the phone call, then he freaks out, and then he goes check on Rika. And then they do the second phone call, where she does the jump scare. Right. Now let's continue from where we left off. You'll listen without getting angry this time, right? Yeah, I'll be fine. Keiichi agreed to be quiet and listen. I explained the dangerous situation Keiichi was in once again. Just like how some evil people in the village attacked Takano-san and Tomitake-san, they might attack us any day. It was ironic, of course, that while I was warning him, I was also the one who made sure the curse would fall upon him. Let's report anything we notice that seems strange. If we connect all the tiny pieces that we have, then just maybe we'll find out who killed them. Or maybe even the truth behind the incidents of the past few years. You're right. You're right about that. Then I'll start, since I suggested it. I feel like somebody has been watching me lately. What? I was making this up. I just wanted them to realize how urgent this situation was. Might be my imagination, but I'll tell you anyway. I think it's just me, but if you feel like you're being watched too, Kei-chan, then maybe it's just not in my head. Well, don't worry. At the very least, everything's fine with me. It seemed like nothing had happened to Keiichi today, at least. Now that the heads of all the three families were gone, it's possible the curse system had been destroyed entirely. If that was the case, then Keiichi might not be attacked after all. But if there was someone who did want to attack him, that meant part of the system was still alive. In other words, my mission wouldn't be accomplished just yet. Keiichi is like a litmus test in this situation. I'd know whether or not all my enemies were gone depending on if Keiichi got bitten. He sure is a very useful man. Hello, Ham. The clown is here. How's the story so far? It's been great. We just had a murder, so, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, how's it going, Ham? After that, I went along with what Keiichi said. I made sure he was fearful of Mion, as well as all the three families. Hasn't been great for a lot of the characters. It's been a bit of a shit show going on. As well as all the three families. I explained to him the possibility that the whole village was involved, and that the curse of Oishio-sama might be some sort of system. I gotta wait until this symbol pops up before speaking, otherwise I realize I'll lose my place. Rather blind. Then I remembered Shion wouldn't know too much about the disappearance of the mayor, so I continued. I just heard this myself. Is it true that Uncle Kamiyoshi went missing? You mean the mayor? Wait, Shion. You haven't heard? I don't know anything. I just overheard my father talking about it on the phone again. Yeah. Actually, last night, after the meeting, he didn't come home. So the whole village was in a panic. They searched all over Hinamizawa, but if they found him, then I haven't heard. The police should be searching for him as well. Well, why didn't you tell me something that important right away? Sorry, I thought you already knew. Didn't want to hide it or anything. Kei-chan. What should I do? What's wrong? Tell me. We're not keeping secrets from each other, right? Sorry. I didn't mean to hide it. It's just that, well, the conversation got turned around and... We're on the same side, right? I won't get mad, just tell me. Uncle Kimiyoshi, I told him everything. Old man Kimiyoshi. He's someone you feel comfortable confiding in, Shion? Yes. When I was little, he was really nice to me. All I did was play tricks on him, but he would always just smile. He listened to anything I had to say. He's such a kind person. Calm down, Shion. It's not like he's dead, right? Don't lose heart so easily. Keiichi tried to make him feel better, but he had no idea what was actually going on. It really made me laugh. That night, I told the mayor that we snuck into the ritual storehouse, also that someone saw us and was out to get us. Does the mayor know how absurdly Takano-san and Tomitake-san died? Yes. He knew about it. I told him that they died by Oshio-sama's curse, and that I could be made a sacrifice to calm his anger. I just said it straight out. Right. What then? Uncle Kimiyoshi didn't get angry. He smiled, then told me that if I was remorseful about it, there was no way I'd be deemed away. He was really smiling, and he told me to leave it to him. Sprinkle a little bit of truth. I actually got a little sad while saying that. Uncle Kimiyoshi had been so reliable. I was happy when he said that he would protect Shion. I truly was happy. If only he hadn't said anything to insult Hoshi-kun. It's my fault, because I confessed everything. Stop it, Shion. It's not your fault. No, it is my fault. I told him our secret. Uncle Kimiyoshi found out about everything, so he had to have been killed. It was right after I confessed to him, after all. He disappeared the same night and told me everything was going to be alright. It was such a strange feeling. I wasn't upset at all. But as I pretended to be upset and muttered words of prayer for Kimiyoshi's safety, I started to feel that emotion growing inside me. I was only pretending to be distressed to fool Keiichi, yet the emotion I feigned began welling up inside me. It felt like I was being consumed by that emotion. So the words coming from my mouth weren't words I intentionally said. They were words that consuming emotion forced me to say. It was like someone else inside of me was doing the talking instead. I was just watching that someone talk from a short distance away. I should never have told him. All of this should have only been our fault, only the four of us. It wasn't something I should have told someone else. He got killed because I told him. He got killed because he knew. He got killed because I confessed to him. That screen shake though. Hey, stop. If they were doing that, then they would obviously have killed you before killing the mayor. Doesn't make sense. You or I should have been killed first. Why would other people die before us? Does make sense. You must be planning to kill us last of all. Huh? What? They start by killing those we're close to, and after they caused us so much pain, then they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing. What I just said scared even me. Jeez. Killing our loved ones first to harm us emotionally, and only then kill us at the height of our suffering. Whoa, I felt something crawling up my spine. That's awesome. It's an awesome idea. I must not be human anymore. I really am a demon. A human could never think of such cool things. That'll be one incredible hell. Close friends dying one at a time after being tortured. And after all that, you yourself get killed? What a great way to destroy someone's life. Why was I getting so excited about this? Because I could get going with that plan right away. Rika-chan. It's Rika-chan. What? What did you say just now? Well, the truth is, I told her about it. I told Rika-chan. Today. Rika-chan. You mean Rika-chama? The one from the Furude Shrine? Yes, Rika-chan. I felt so scared and uneasy that I did it. I told Rika-chan. So that's why. Right. When you did, what did she say? The cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it for sure. That's what Rika-chan said. I'm sorry, Shion. I'm worried about Rika-chan. Ah, right. If you're that concerned, then don't worry about me. Please, go find out whether she's safe. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll call you again tomorrow at the same time. When I do, you'll know I'm still alright. I got it. I'll be waiting. Okay, bye. Sorry. I'm hanging up. Keiichi hung up roughly. Oh, so she calls us Mion, right? What a hilarious conversation with Keiichi. Everything was just too damn funny. Keiichi Maebara, go ahead and struggle helplessly. Or no, I guess it is the following, because then there's like a day. Right? I don't know. We'll see. Keiichi Maebara, go ahead and struggle helplessly. Run all over the village and see if the curse is still alive. Go ahead and see if my enemies are still around. I left for a while and then calmed down. I already got rid of the bicycles and shoes belonging to Rika and Satoko. My house was, for the moment, taken care of. I could expect Keiichi to run around in a panic, to ask for help from someone, and then ultimately come to Mion. More than likely, the youth group would end up looking for Rika like they did with the mayor. I'd probably have to endure another long night again, knowing nobody would find her. I decided to wait until the phone rang. I killed time by watching TV until it did. Or no, right? Because then she gets picked up and then she calls, right? It's been like, what, 2 weeks? Swirly music again. It's over, Gus. It's fine. Kei-chan, are you serious? I'm gonna get really mad if this is a joke. I scolded Keiichi for suspecting that Rika had disappeared. Mi-chan, if it really is a joke, don't get mad. Smile. It would be a joke, after all. We need to go make sure whether it's a joke or not. You're right. Sorry for getting upset. Rena rebuked me. While she looked quiet, I felt that she could be very terrifying under her skin. I had no basis for that impression, but I still felt that way. I just didn't like her. I had disliked her ever since that rainy day at the bus stop. It wasn't that we didn't get along, though. How should I put it? I was at a loss for how to explain. That was it. I found a good example. When I was little, I always wanted to play tennis. I had my relatives take me to a tennis court, and they all praised my skill. I was doing nothing more than hitting a ball with a racket. But they told me I was talented, and that made me happy. When I went to school, I told my classmates I played tennis, and they told me that I was talented too. Then, one of my classmates, who was usually very quiet, said she also played tennis. Not only did she play, but she took lessons. Although I bragged about my serve, I was no match for her. I felt lonely and insulted that everyone was paying attention to her and not me. She was usually very quiet, but suddenly I realized that she knew more and had a lot more experience than me. Rena at the bus stop was just like that. I thought of myself as a demon now. I had awakened a part of me that was half human, half demon, the part that lived in Onigafuchi village. In fact, I already stepped into a world where normal humans couldn't go. I already surpassed my human limits. I generally thought of myself as a superior being having transcended the realm of mortals. But when my eyes met with Rena, Ryugu's, I felt what I did long ago with tennis. Why? Why did I feel that way with Rena? I'd heard that in the animal world, during battle, animals glare at each other to display their strength. Only humans have to punch or kick each other to feel superiority or inferiority. Most animals can tell just by glaring at each other. In that case, could it be the same with Rena? I'm very curious. Mi-chan, are you okay? Yeah, sorry. Haven't slept since yesterday, you know. Sorry. Keiichi climbed up the ladder and tried to peek into the window on the second floor where Rika and Satoko lived. It was my job to hold down the ladder. Rena cautioned me to hold it onto it tightly. Mi-chan, I'm gonna go check at the main house, so just be sure, okay? I'll be right back. Okay. Be careful. Rena ran off after that. When I looked up, I saw Keiichi trying to open a window, but all of them were locked. What did Rena mean by main house? Keiichi asked me from the top of the ladder. It's the Furude family's actual house. After her parents passed away, I think it's been left like that. Ah, right. Rika-chan's parents. They passed away, huh? Stoko's also an orphan. Her parents fell from a cliff because of Orishio-sama's curse. Then her older brother, Satoshi-kun, he disappeared. Satoshi, I've heard that name before. You'd heard the name before? I felt anger growing inside of me. Don't you know whose desk you're using every day? You act as if it belongs to you. You drop food on it while eating lunch. You drool on it while taking a nap? Don't you know who it really belongs to? Why am I acting this way? I'm Mion. Satoshi-kun doesn't even exist anymore. He was demoned away. It's hardly Keiichi's fault that he didn't know. It really isn't his fault. Satoko and Rika-chan have been living in this shack ever since. Neither of them has any family, but at least they're together. They help each other out. Didn't Rena say there was a main house? Wouldn't it be easier to live there? I think she tried that at first. She said it was hard, though, because it reminded her of her parents. After everyone in Satoko's family died, she started living with Rika. It only made sense. Satoko and Rika were best friends. They didn't care about the Hojo family or the Furude family. They had been best friends since before the dam conflict. The reason why the curse never fell upon Satoko, Rika Furude probably had a lot to do with it. That made more sense than anything else, at least. Satoko was pardoned from the curse of the Hojo family, all thanks to Rika Furude's arrangements. Satoko had never been a victim on the night of Otanagashi. According to the curse system I'd uncovered, the last survivor of the Hojo family still living in Hinamizawa would be the perfect target for this year's curse. Therefore, whoever was responsible for executing the curse must have tried to take her life. However, nothing happened to her, proving that Satoko had escaped from the curse. That was really and truly infuriating. She might have been the head of the Furude family, but I still couldn't accept that such a little girl had enough power to protect her best friend. Mion, no. Actually, Shion. Shion must have had the same power then. Just like Rika protected Satoko, Shion could have protected Satoshi. Damn it. Rika-chan and Satoko-chan. They have it hard, huh? She's cursed. Huh? Mion. What? Did you just say? I said she's cursed. Mion, why are you making that face? Satoko Hojo. She's been cursed by Oshiro-sama. I can't accept that Satoko was pardoned from the curse, although she was a member of the cursed Hojo family. She was one of the cursed Hojos. Satoshi-kun wasn't pardoned, but Satoko was. She was cursed, but she got away. She escaped the curse, but Satoshi-kun didn't. I can't accept that. In fact, Satoko should have been the one to be cursed the most. She cornered Satoshi-kun physically and emotionally. That was why things got weirder and weirder, and in the end, everything went crazy. When I think back on it, it was Satoko who I hated most of all. She cornered Satoshi-kun. Okay. And as a result, Satoshi-kun disappeared. She started it. She caused it. If only she hadn't been there. Just as Rika Furude and Satoko had lived happily, maybe there had been a happy future for me too. Maybe Satoshi-kun and I could have started our lives together in Okonomiya. Yes, if I look at both the beginning and the end, it's so obvious. Satoko's existence caused everything. Satoshi-kun had to kill his aunt because of Satoko. The three families used that need to create the curse, and then they killed him. The police were convinced he just ran away, but he'd never do that. He was the type of person who always did his best at everything. All by himself. He was doing the very best he could for his only sister, yet he was forced to vanish. He worked so hard for Satoko, and though he was living just for her, he was erased. Poor Satoshi-kun. He was so underappreciated. That girl knew no gratitude. She was cursed. If you got near her, you'd meet the same fate. You'd be cursed to die, or disappear. That really was it. She was the main cause behind it all. She wormed her way into Rika Furude's good graces, and that was why the curse fell upon Satoshi-kun. She should have died first. Then Satoshi-kun would be still alive. If he was alive, I could have done something for him. I can't forgive her. I can't forgive Satoko. I can't forgive that girl. There can be no peace with her. There can be no peace. She was the perfect target for the curse of 1983. The curse of Orishiro-sama. Rika Furude, the reincarnation of Orishiro-sama. Rika was dead. The reincarnation of Orishiro-sama had died. There was no more God in Hinamizawa to deliver the curse. I'm the one who has to deliver it now. I am Mion Sonozaki, the head of the Sonozaki family, one of the three families of Onigafuchi. Now that all the heads of the three families are gone, there is nobody to surpass me. I will deliver the curse of Orishiro-sama and nobody else. I will deliver it. I am the curse. I have become Orishiro-sama. I felt hot bubbles boiling over deep inside of me. I could tell the demon inside me wanted to roar. I noticed Keiichi was looking down at me. Calm down, Mion. Can't tell what you're thinking. So, okay, calm down, calm down. At that point, I heard footsteps coming closer. So she was, yeah. Oh, man. I saw 4 or 5 adults accompanied by Rena running towards us with flashlights in their hands. She's so crazy. One of them opened the lock on the cabin door, and we all went inside. Of course, there was nobody there. Satoko and Rika lived alone. I doubt Satoko would have left a note saying she was going over to the Sonozaki house when Rika was there already, but it wouldn't be fun if she had. Because of that, I hurried into the room ahead of Rena to make sure there was nothing left behind. The rumor of Rika and Satoko's disappearance spread around the village quickly. More and more villagers gathered at the Furude Shrine. Acting in place of the head of the Sonozaki family, I commanded them to search the village. The villagers nodded and scattered. How long had it been since the last time I was truly Mion? I felt so pleased that my body almost went numb. Lots of villagers went in and out of the shrine. They yelled at each other that she was nowhere to be found. Some suggested other places to look, and they all left. They made a lot of noise with their comings and goings. Members of the Women's Association brought out huge pots and gas cookers from the storage and got ready to cook for the men. That was when I noticed Keiichi unsteadily walking toward a corpse. Oh, right. Copse of dark pine trees. What was he thinking? How stupid of him to be alone on a night like this. If a person responsible for executing the curse was nearby, he wouldn't come back safely. Mion-chan, we all went around Ojaga Lake, but didn't find anything. We tried to light up the pond, but we're going to have to wait until the sun is up. Okay, thanks for your hard work. The women are making some miso soup, so please rest up and have some. Mion-chan, do you know where they usually park their bicycles? No. They probably park them at the bottom of the stairs leading up here. I don't think they come up while carrying them. We can't find their bicycles. Where'd they go? If they left on their bikes, they could have gone pretty far. Maybe even as far as the town. In that case, we'll have to look outside of Hinamizawa. By the way, who first noticed that Rika-chan was gone? It was Kei-chan. He suddenly had a hunch. Oh, that Maebara kid? Huh. He's a little suspicious. Speaking of which, why hasn't the Maebara family shown up when we're in a crisis like this? The Maebara still haven't joined the town council, so they're not in the youth group's phone directory. Really? Well, ain't no helping it then. Huh? They joined, didn't they? I think it's just that their name isn't in the directory yet. Last time we updated it was at the beginning of the year. They just moved here, so that's why they aren't on it. That Maebara kid's hunch is still suspicious. They do say the first on the scene is the most suspicious. Where did he go? I saw him walking toward the pine trees. Can someone go get him? Conveniently, I saw Keiichi and Rena walking back toward us. Kei-chan, where did you go? I was worried you disappeared too. Sorry. Looked like nothing had happened to Keiichi. If so, that's fine. That means I took care of all of my enemies. Oh, my. I knew I smelled something good coming from over here. I'd be much obliged if you allowed me to have some. I heard the loud, sticky voice of a middle-aged man. It was Oishi. You must be confused about this year's incident. The scale of the curse this time is nothing like the previous ones. Oishi's information network is about equal to or better than that of the elders on the town council. In other words, he could easily uncover a rumor that was circulating through the underside of the village. He must have came here to see if the disappearances of Kimiyoshi and Rika had something to do with the changing of the lock on the ritual storehouse's door. The police will come for me sooner or later. I am Mion Sonozaki. By removing all of the heads of the 3 families, my enemies, I've become the head in their place. I can't allow Mion Sonozaki to continue existing. I'll have to destroy the existence of the head of the Sonozaki family. When I destroy my own position, that is when my revenge will come to an end. More than likely, I'll have Oishi witness my final moments. My eyes and Oishi's met. Damn it, he thinks I'm suspicious already. You're right, Oishi. I did it. Mion Sonozaki, the head of the Sonozaki family, is the culprit. Notebook page 195, 196. It's a lot of pages. The path to hell. Okay. Time is up. 3 hours. Okay. So after this next chapter, we'll do the next BRB. Mika Furude. She was the head of the Furude family, but she never even appeared at the most important meetings. Even if she did show up, nobody would ask her for her opinion, so it never really mattered if she was there or not. The legend of the Furude family says that if their firstborn child is a girl for 8 generations in a row, that 8th girl would be the reincarnation of Orishiro-sama. According to Takano-san's research, Mika Furude is very likely to be the one. Surely she must be an important icon in the cult of Orishiro-sama. The true believers are devoted to her. So it's quite surprising to me that Rika Furude herself was the assassin. It's unbelievable. It's just too abnormal. Usually a VIP like her wouldn't be the one to assassinate someone. It's possible that it was a Rika Furude look-alike. From the way she moved, she seemed experienced in fighting. It's not normal that a small girl like her would jump me without faltering. I just got lucky because I had a stun gun. Without it, I don't know what would have happened. She was far more skilled than she looked. Was she trained as an assassin? Or was it a body double? Everything is a mystery, including that creepy syringe. What's going on? Can't understand. She was like an apparition or something. Did Oryu Sonozaki know of her existence? What is hiding on the underside of this village? That underside might run much deeper than I thought. Literally? Is it, yeah, I wonder. At this point, I believe that I can complete my revenge by destroying the curse system entirely. That means that I have to eliminate the heads of all the 3 families. The successor Shion, and the assassins who are after Keiichi. Although Keiichi is literally is completely unguarded, he hasn't been attacked so far. Even though I told everybody that he was one of the trespassers. In fact, it's me who's being attacked. Rika Furude attacked me. According to my theory, Keiichi should make for very attractive bait, but nobody has done anything to harm him. Since Rika Furude attacked me, it might be that opposing the Furude family is a greater taboo than trespassing in the ritual storehouse. Rika Furude had said that intrusion wasn't a big deal. She sounded like she was going to let Keiichi walk. And after I accused her of that, Rika Furude attacked me that very night. Are there 2 different factions? Does one handle trespassers in the ritual storehouse, while the other protects the religious doctrines of the Furude family? No, that doesn't make sense. Tomitaka-san's death must have been caused by the Furude family's injections. Rika showed me the effect of it herself, clawing out her own throat and dying like that. But Tomitaka-san shouldn't have been subject to the curse, or at least according to the system of the Furude family. I don't understand why Keiichi hasn't been attacked. Did he have something exempting him from the curse, unlike Takano-san? Just like how only Satoko Hojo was spared? Keiichi is a friend of Rika Furude's. So does that mean that if you were close to her, you wouldn't be cursed? Was she more important than the whole system? That's impossible. The hag was at the top of the curse system. Rika couldn't have been higher up than her. Scribble, scribble. Are there multiple ways to determine the subject of the curse? Are there as many curse execution groups as there are subjects? And do they all work separately? That's a mess. None of my theories add up. If I mess up my reasoning, I might make the wrong person the target of my revenge. I don't understand who the enemy is, or how Satoshi-kun was made to disappear. How much did the hag know? That really was a huge loss. I have so many things I want to ask her. I killed her by accident. Shit. In that respect, I've already failed in my revenge. The underside of Hinamizawa really does run too deep. Scribble, scribble. The whole page is blacked out with scribbles. Jeez. Well then. Go ahead and save. That was chapter 12. Let's continue. Muted so that we don't have to hear the squeaky chair. I mean, I heard it, but you guys didn't hear it. Anyways, hey everyone. Oh, what? Are you all still alive? Kimiyoshi was hanging from the collar with his head turned up to the ceiling. He didn't even move when I walked in. Maybe he's already dead. Satoko was lying on a cross-shaped restraining table. She glared at me with red and swollen eyes, which must have been that way from crying. I wanted to put her on that special restraining table to pound nails into her hands, but Satoko was too small for that. I walked up to Kimiyoshi and poked his body with my toe. There was no response. Uncle Kimiyoshi, are you dead? Murderer. Murderer. Maybe Satoko had witnessed Kimiyoshi's last moments. Oh, that was Satoko. Okay. I took a thick knife from the wall and stabbed Kimiyoshi with it. There was no response. Uncle Kimiyoshi, if you're alive, you better tell me, okay? You can't fool me. I walked over to the pulley that was suspending Kimiyoshi. This is your last chance. Are you alive? Let me know if you are. Paused just for a moment, then turned the pulley. Kimiyoshi's body swayed strangely in the air. Looked much more like a corpse like that. Shion-san, why are you doing this? Hmm? Oh, I get it. The door to the huge cave was still open. I bet Satoko had talked to the one in the cell while I was gone. That's how she knows my name. Although that's actually not my name at all. No, I'm not Shion, I'm the real Mion. The one you all thought was Mion is Shion. It's kind of confusing, huh? If you don't get it, that's okay. How dare you? How dare you kill Rika? I had allowed Satoko to watch me take care of Rika's body. Of course, I'd let her see Rika's neck too. Rika Furude deserved it. She came over to kill me. I just fought back, that's all. That's not possible. Rika would never do a thing like that. If you don't believe me, that's fine. It's none of your business anyway. What are you gonna do with me? I'm gonna kill you. Satoko's eyes went wide. She was expecting my answer, I'm sure, but she still looked shocked. Bet she didn't expect me to state it so openly. I heard the noise of something hitting iron bars echoing in the huge cave. Shion's voice echoed there as well. Sis, no! Don't kill Satoko! I answered her clearly. Ha 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 ha. Did you finally realize what you've done? Did you finally realize what you didn't do? Anything? Did you finally realize you didn't do anything to save Satoshi-kun, although you had the power to? That was why he was killed. You ignored millions of chances to rescue Satoshi-kun. Yes, that is your sin. Yeah. Before even finishing my sentence, I stabbed Satoko's right arm. Jeez. Her blood started to flow out. This is nothing compared to what happened to Rika Furude. I twisted the knife into Satoko's arm. She bit down hard, crying. Stop! Don't kill Satoko! Let her go! I don't care what you do to me, but please let Satoko go! Why couldn't you say that for Satoshi-kun? It's too late now. I was the one screaming like you back then. But no matter how loudly I screamed, it never reached them, spared him, or saved him. I want you to go through the same thing I did. Go, Craig, go. Hey, Mr. Wu, how's it going? Did you have a good rest? Ooh, gah, gah. I stabbed Satoko's arm repeatedly, but the knife kept hitting her bone. It didn't feel like it was cutting any of her flesh. Jesus. Stop, Mion, stop. Sis, stop, stop, stop. Okay, Shion. How about this? I'll tell you how you can save Satoko. Apologize to me 1,000 times. I'll let her go when you're done. How about that? I don't tell lies. If you really apologize 1,000 times, I'll keep my promise. Well, how about that? I'm sorry. 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 Oh. Shion started to apologize like a broken record. She's so stupid and honest. She's not even thinking of cheating. I bet Shion really will count to 1,000. I'm doing good. Also, what in the fuck is going on in the plot right now? Murder. Lots of murder. Also, squeaky chair. Super loud squeaky chair. Sorry about that. I stabbed Satoko in the wrist. There, I felt something hard. I guess I either crushed her bone or scraped it. Must have been extremely painful for her. Satoko screamed. Shion's voice got louder as if trying to overpower that scream. What? All you ever do is cry to get what you want. You think your Nini is gonna appear out of nowhere, knock me aside and rescue you, huh? Yeah, right. The knife was still in Satoko's wrist. I slid it toward her elbow. Oh, jeez. Satoko, can you hear me? Hey, listen to me. I slapped her face several times. Oh, I thought it was Shion, I guess. I slapped her face several times and made her look at me. Oh yes, my favorite family activity. Torture. Fun for the whole family. It's so good. I mean, so much suffering. Do you know what you've done? Do you know how your very existence is what cornered Satoshi-kun? Nini. That's right, that's all you did to him. Every time you cried, Satoshi-kun protected you. But have you ever even considered what kind of burden you were to him? He wasn't some superhero. He was just like you. He was just a normal human being. Have you ever even thought of what he had to go through because of you? No, you didn't. You never even tried. You just let Satoshi-kun take care of you. You just leashed off of him. And as he got injured for your sake, you lived by sucking his blood. You're cursed. How can you still call for him? Huh? Ha. 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 After telling her all I'd been wanting to, I exhaled roughly. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. With my help, you are now gonna pay for your sin. Cry as much as you want, scream as much as you want, and realize Satoshi-kun will never come for you. You cornered him. You made him disappear. You killed him. Whoa. What's this? You don't feel anything in your right arm anymore? Okay, then let's use your left. I stabbed her left arm repeatedly, and her blood flowed out. But Satoko's reactions weren't fun anymore. She didn't cry or scream like she did before. That put me in a bad mood, so I stabbed the back of her left hand and twisted the knife again. But Satoko still just moaned. She didn't scream anymore. What's the matter? Are you stifling your screams in protest, thinking that I was enjoying your cries? That's great. Satoko was unfazed by my mad laughter. She looked at me with gritted teeth and resignation. You know, insane characters like these are some of my favorites to voice whenever I do voice act to play through of a game. Like Girahim from Skyward Sword, aka the best Zelda game. It's just... I don't know. This is very interesting. It's fascinating. Kind of gives me ReZero vibes. I think we read this right. Yes, I think that's the truth. And then Fate Zero with that one character. Huh? I cornered Nini. That is why he disappeared. I've known that ever since the day he vanished. I wasn't strong enough. I depended on Nini. I'm sure it was hard on him too, but I couldn't stop. You are absolutely right about that. I have no excuse. Satoko didn't sound as if she was mocking me or trying to please me. She spoke so naturally. That's interesting. Never realized you were aware of what you've done. Nini's coming back. He'll come back someday. When he does, I'm gonna show him how independent I have become. I don't need him anymore. I won't hide behind him anymore. I'm gonna show him that I really can live on my own. And then more laughter. I can't. When he comes back, huh? I stabbed Satoko's arm in a mad frenzy. But she still didn't even scream. She bit down tightly and swallowed her pain instead. Nini is coming back. I know he is. I'm waiting for him. And when he comes back, I'll apologize for depending on him so much. So I won't give up until that day comes. I'll never depend on him again. Ever. No matter what kind of hardships I have to endure, I won't ask him to help me. I won't call for help. I won't cry. I won't scream. If I cry, Nini will come for me. So I'm gonna endure this by myself. Damn you. What do you think you're saying? By the way, wanna know what I have planned? Sure. What do you have planned? If it is fun for you, go ahead, stab me as much as you please. But if you think I'm gonna cry for Nini, well, too bad. I will not cry, ever. If you refuse to believe me, then try it. Nini is watching me. He is watching me endure this. He'll see that I'm not like I was before. When he sees that, he's gonna come back. Come on, try it. I will not cry. Try to see how strong Satoko Hojo is. And... poor Satoko. Shit. I'll show her. Take that and that and that. Nini, you're watching me, right? I've become so strong. This won't bring me down. This is... nothing. This won't make me cry. I won't cry for your help. I can endure this. I'm gonna endure this. This is nothing compared to what you had to go through for me. Shit. Why doesn't she feel the pain? Doesn't it hurt? There's no way it doesn't. I've been stabbing her so much and the knife went in so deep. Her blood has poured to the ground and I've been turning her flesh inside out. How can she still talk that way? Why doesn't she cry and scream? After Satoko said what she wanted to say, she shut her mouth. She didn't say a word after that. No matter how much I stabbed her, twisted the knife, tore at her, and ripped out her flesh, she didn't even make a sound. What in the world is this? This isn't the Satoko I know. Satoko was never as strong as this. So because another streamer I follow got to 1k followers a few days ago, I'm going to make chapters 11 through 40 of my book and release them. The plan is to do 2 a day, so I should be done by June 7th. Nice! Right, because you already finished chapters 1 through 10, I guess, I think? I haven't kept up. Yeah. If you're inspired, then go for it. Motivation. Look forward to reading it. But is that chapter 40 the end of the first one? Yeah, I've just been procrastinating a lot. Gotcha. Understandable. Let me check something real quick. Okay. You're good. Are we? Hold on. Turns out we are... that's fine. What's up? Smirk. I plan on having 80 shorter chapters. Oh, okay. For the first book? Or in total? Alright, let's just read. Let's just continue. If Satoko was this strong, she wouldn't have been a burden to Satoshi-kun. Why wasn't she as strong before? It's too late. Everything is too late. This idiot's maturity came far too late. For the first one. Nice. Her blood made my hands slippery, and I dropped the knife. Ha, 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 ha. I was covered in blood from head to toe. Satoko was still enduring the pain. She was enduring this cruelty so she could display her strength. I couldn't defeat Satoko. I couldn't crush her strength. Satoko had achieved her goal. She had become independent, so she didn't need Satoshi-kun anymore. She still believes Satoshi-kun will come back one day. She looks forward to a day when she can show her brother how strong she had become. But Satoshi-kun hasn't seen any of that. Instead, I, who never even thought that Satoshi-kun would come back, was the one who witnessed her strength. What was I thinking? I thought Satoshi-kun was dead. No, I assumed he was. Why did I... never even thought of waiting for him. Didn't believe he would come back. Didn't wait. I tried to avenge him, but I guess what I really did was forget about him. Satoko is different. She never even thought he was dead. No, maybe she did a little. But even so, she waited. She waited for a day when she could show him how much she'd grown. She waited patiently. What about me? I didn't do anything. I mean, you killed a lot of people. I wanted to forget about my sadness, so I tried to find my enemy. I became a demon, using revenge as an excuse, so I didn't have to think like a human. I lost. I couldn't endure the pain of waiting for Satoshi-kun, so I chose to become a demon. In other words, I got rid of my soul, the soul that loved Satoshi-kun. In other words, I got rid of Satoshi-kun himself. Satoko won. While she had been gritting her teeth before, her mouth had gone slack. Her eyelids were half shut, but I could see her eyes a little. They looked like she was dreaming about something happy. How does this lead to the phone call? Satoshi-kun was there, in her eyes. Satoko. Cheers for the lurk, Supa! We have a good one. Satoko endured until Satoshi-kun came for her. Satoko ran up to Satoshi-kun. She jumped onto him. Satoshi-kun hugged her, and then they spun around. You can cry now. Satoshi-kun told Satoko that. She cried very hard. Satoshi-kun rubbed her head so gently. We'll be together forever, he said, and continued to rub her head so gently, so gently. Satoshi-kun, I was waiting for you too. What meaningless words. He was already dead inside of me. Never believed in our reunion. How pitiful of me to say that, just because I saw Satoko and Satoshi-kun together again. As Satoshi-kun hugged Satoko, his eyes met mine. Shion, Satoshi-kun said, I asked you a favor. What favor? Try to remember. What kind of favor did Satoshi-kun ask me? Satoshi-kun looked at me so sadly because I couldn't remember. That sad look tore my heart to shreds. The blood flowing out from me wasn't as pretty as Satoko's blood. My blood was a slimy liquid, like vomit with filthy chunks of food in it. That was what filled my body. Whether it's a real curse or somebody's conspiracy, I won't disappear, and I won't fall victim to it. You won't disappear. No. Not until I buy that teddy bear. I'll get the money pretty soon. I won't go anywhere until then. Huh? Memory of the past? But when? This is a memory of the day before last year's Watanagashi. Satoshi-kun called me on the phone then. My aunt is home. I have to go. Okay. Mion. Huh? His aunt was home, so I'm sure he wanted to hang up as quickly as possible. Satoshi-kun paused and spoke. I'll leave Satoko to you. My knees and elbows started to shake. My teeth chattered and my fingers were shivering. Satoshi-kun asked me to. What have I done? Couldn't wait for Satoshi-kun to come back, so I filled myself with evil thoughts and acted as I pleased. Didn't believe he'd ever return. I even forgot about Satoshi-kun's last request. How can I say I love him? Just want to forget about my feelings of loss, so I made myself all bloody. How can I welcome him back now? Didn't believe Satoshi-kun would come back. I didn't believe Satoshi-kun was alive. Didn't think he was alive, so I thought he was dead. I believed in his death. I killed him myself. I killed him in myself. Nobody else did. I did that. But Satoko believed until the very end. She was rewarded in her final moments. Satoko wasn't here anymore. She had no more need for her bloody, painful shell. But I'm still here. Trapped in my bloody, tainted flesh. Gonna rot inside of it. Satoshi-kun was waiting for both Satoko and me. But to be reunited with Satoshi-kun, we had to keep our promises. Satoko's promise was to be strong. Satoko kept that promise until the bitter end. And Satoshi-kun embraced her. My promise is to take care of Satoko for Satoshi-kun. I never kept the promise from the beginning. Therefore, Satoshi-kun will never embrace me. Even if I were to rub Satoko's wounds and ask her if they hurt, that wouldn't mean anything. That was when I felt something behind me. It wasn't Satoshi-kun or the thing that scared me before. Didn't know who it was, but it was right there, criticizing me for my mistakes. Then, I finally realized it. That thing is me. It had always been there, standing behind myself and watching me break that promise. Satoshi-kun asked me to take care of Satoko, yet I didn't keep that promise. I've been watching that happen. I cried, and gave up on myself. Wait, Satoshi-kun gave up on me, and I gave up on myself. What will happen to me now? I don't want to be in the darkness. I don't want to be all bloody. Please don't leave me. If I give up on myself, what will happen to my body? There will be nothing left. The only thing I'll have left in me is an evil demon. I get it. Known it for a long time now. I am nothing but a demon. Wahaha. Demon doesn't feel sad. A demon's heart can never be in pain. A demon doesn't cry. This logic. Shion was still apologizing. She believed that was the only way for her to save Satoko. Her voice was growing hoarse and weak. Shion, you don't need to count anymore. Good job. I guess she realized what happened to Satoko. Shion cried in her cell. Being a demon isn't that bad, huh? I never knew how fun it would be to see other people cry and scream. I already have plenty of fun in this human world. Maybe soon I'll kill myself and go back to hell. But don't worry, I'll make sure I kill you first. That's why I'm here, after all. Demons are pleased when they see people cry and grieve, see? Wait, you like Kei-chan, don't you? Okay, I'll rip Kei-chan apart before your eyes. What a great idea. I'll kill you and then myself after that. Onigafuchi village is a village of demons. Demons came out from the swamp and attacked the village. I'm gonna act like those legendary demons and wait for Oishiro-sama to judge me. That'll be a suitable disaster for Hinamizawa, don't you think? Maniacal laugh. Oh, jeez. What was that noise? Kei-chan. It's me. It's Shion. You took a long time to pick up. I thought you weren't home and I was about to hang up. Sorry. I was just in the bath. Wouldn't your family pick up for you? Could your parents be out right now, Kei-chan? Well, no, they're not really. Anyway, have you heard about Rika-chan and Satoko? No. What happened after that? Were they found? Nah. They haven't found them yet. Kei-chan, please don't lose hope. Rika-chan and Satoko. They were kidnapped, weren't they? Yes. I don't think there's much doubt. Rika-chan and Satoko were... no, I'm sorry. About the mayor, what do you think happened after he was kidnapped? Do you think he's still alive? Keiichi sounded confused. He wanted to believe Satoko and Rika were still alive, which is why he was asking. Keiichi was just like Satoko. Unless the culprit was after money, the abductee would usually get killed right away. Never assumed they'd still be alive. But Keiichi was trying to hold on to a little hope. I could feel his strength. It's much greater than mine. I'm a demon, so I didn't come up with an excuse. I think he was killed. Hey, wait. That was abrupt. I think it must be really hard to kidnap someone and keep them like they are. As long as they're not hostages, it would be most practical to kill them once you were done with them. Kill them? So readily? I mean, what's still human life or two anyway? It's a horrible thing, but that's probably what happened. If the mayor was killed, then did that mean the same had happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? No, they couldn't. They weren't some random old man. It was Rika-chan. It was Satoko. They couldn't kill him so easily. Keiichi was still refusing to believe what I said. He fought so hard because he didn't want to kill his friends within him. It wasn't like that. It killed Satoshi-kun within me so easily. I blame Shion for not protecting Satoshi-kun, but I killed him so easily. It's probably better to think that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan ended up the same way. Whoa! Keiichi roared and cried. It was like their deaths were physically agonizing to him. Why? Why kidnap someone and then kill them? Screw curses, are people's lives really that cheap? Erasing them and killing them without a second thought like this? You're right. You're absolutely right. It would take a demon. I laughed at myself. I was sure Keiichi didn't notice. Hey, Shion, please tell me. Why did Hinamizawa start needing someone to die on the night of a Tanagashi? That's what I'd like to know. The fighting over the dam project is already over and done with. Haven't enough people been cursed already? Why is it? Why? If there's a reason, then say it now. I understand how you feel, Kei-chan. I really do. The dam conflict ended a long time ago. Yet murders and disappearances keep happening every year under the guise of Orishio-sama's curse. Why? Why is it happening? Some of them had nothing to do with it, and some of them didn't deserve to be cursed, so why? Why? That's what I'm asking you! I want to know that as much as anyone. Of course, the curse of Orishio-sama never existed. It was just a bizarre environment that allowed people to kill in the name of Oyoshi-sama. The environment and nothing more. Nothing would have happened unless there were demons who danced within it. Listen, Oyoshi-sama's curse never existed. It's too unrealistic. Just like you said, someone in the village is using the guise of Oyoshi-sama's curse as a justification for continuing these murders and disappearances every Watanagashi. They were cunning. Oh, wait, this is Mion talking. They've been using the curse as a convenient tool and made a system where they would get rid of 2 enemies in the village every year. And this year, that system killed Takano-san and Tomitaki-san. Then why wasn't that enough? Why did the mayor and Rika-chan and Satoko have to get killed too? I don't give a shit about the past. The only thing I care about is why Rika-chan and Satoko need to be killed. Why is that? I didn't say a word to Satoko, you know? Why even her? Why? Satoshi-kun was speaking through Keiichi's mouth. How could I respond? Didn't know what to say. I could only feel myself being stabbed by the sharpness of those words. Kei-chan, please, stop being mean. Hey. I don't have any idea what's going on either. Everything changed when we went to the ritual storehouse that night. When I heard that Sakano-san and Tomitaki-san had been killed that night, I doubted my ears. Then I realized it instantly. I realized what sort of a position I was in now. The 4 of us snuck in there. Kei-chan, you and I won't be so conveniently forgiven. When I thought about that, it made my chest so tight. It was so terrifying. You know that feeling, Kei-chan, don't you? That's why I confessed everything to Uncle Kimiyoshi. He wasn't mad. He smiled and told me if I was really sorry, I'd never be demoned away. He really did smile at me and told me to leave it to him. Ooh. I remembered Uncle Kimiyoshi speaking ill of Satoshi-kun. I killed him, but everyone in Hinamazawa did that. I wasn't the only one at fault. When did you let the mayor know? Huh? I'm sorry, Shion. Must seem like I'm kicking you while you're down, but... Shion, you told him, right? You told old man Kimiyoshi, the mayor? Yes. When did you let him know? Eh? Keiichi's tone was becoming sharper. That edge was cruel, but it was a sharp conviction. It wasn't a dull edge that caused excessive pain. It had a clean, pleasant sharpness to it. Did you know that the mayor had a severe case of hemorrhoids and had gone to the hospital for treatment? Kei-chan? What does that have to... Please answer me. If you didn't know, then just say so. I knew that. He had hemorrhoids. It looked like sitting down was really hard for him. He was going to the hospital. You know which hospital, right? I'm sorry. I don't know that much, but... Kei-chan, what does that have to do with... I want to ask you straight. Shion. When did you tell the mayor about everything? When and where? You can give me a rough answer, but please give me one. Kei-chan, why are you asking that? Very good, Meibara Keiichi. You know who I am, don't you? It was impossible. The day the mayor disappeared, from dawn until he vanished, there was no opportunity for you to contact him. Eh? That's... The mayor left first thing in the morning for his examination at the university hospital all by himself, without telling anyone. Shion, you just said you don't know what hospital he went to, so you couldn't have contacted the mayor until he got back. Isn't that right? His train back was delayed by an accident, and he didn't return to his house until the meeting was about to start. So there was no time for you to have told him before the meeting started either. Shion, did you go to the meeting too? Did you attend it and tell him there? If you didn't, then there wouldn't have been any time left. After the meeting was over, the mayor disappeared on his way home. Actually, with the meeting, I didn't even go to the part-time job you said you went to that day. I'll cut to the chase. You haven't been seen since we were at the library together. Kei-chan. Shion Sanazaki disappeared the day after Watanagashi. Bingo, Kei-chan. I'm impressed. Oishi-san says you've been missing. Despite that, you've been calling me every night like this, haven't you? Please, Shion. If something I said was wrong, please say so. Shion, I'm begging you. Corner me even further. Corner me so the demon inside can't come up with excuses, so that it can't escape. Hit. 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 Shion, there's no way you could have seen the mayor, but if you did see him, the only time I could possibly have seen him on that day was... Then you saw him after the meeting. In other words, could only have been right before he disappeared, or else afterward. So gonna do the face again? Because that'd be great. Oh, man. Click. What? Well done. I screeched and screeched with laughter, then slammed down the phone. Very good, Kei-chan. That's right, it's me. I'm the one. Hurry and corner me. Hurry, let me be free. Was he gonna tell the police, or was he gonna come here by himself? I wondered which it would be. If the police came, I'd struggle as much as I was able. I see how good Oishi would be at catching a demon. If Kei-chan came here alone, that wouldn't be smart of him. He couldn't complain about being eaten by a demon then. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him gruesomely while Shion watches. Therefore, Kei-chan, you shouldn't hold back. I only ever thought you were just a funny guy. I never thought I could expect so much from you. Oh, man. So, man. It's not the chapter, right? It's gotta be the intermission, right? Because we have this whole day to go. Took them a long time to come for me. Except, let me do a BRB real quick. Not the 5-minute one. Yeah, not the 5-minute one. BRB. Alright, and we're back. This is like a very short one. Actually, hold on. Let me take a sip of something. Okay, now we're officially back. Okay. It took them a long time to come for me. I had to wait until the following morning. I opened the gate without checking who was ringing the doorbell. Didn't even care who it was. If it was the police, that'd be fine with me. If it was Kei-chan, could he defeat me? Keiichi and Reina were there. Rena. Well, this is unusual. Aren't you two going to school? We stayed home today. Kei-chan is one thing, but you two, Rena? You two are such troublemakers. I laughed. Well, let's not just stand here. Come on in. Didn't think Rena would come. That'd be either the police or Kei-chan alone. I'll try tricking Kei-chan into coming with me to the underground storehouse. Rena, why don't you try to figure out what I'm attempting to do and stop me? You too, Kei-chan. If you figured out I was Shion, why don't you try to figure out the rest? I will act like a demon. I will struggle until the very last moment. So don't hold back. Please don't hesitate to kill a filthy demon like me. Mion, first, I have something to apologize for. You do? What for? Well, on the night of Otanagashi, the ritual storehouse behind the shrine, I went in there. Didn't expect this to start with an apology. Okay, so he admitted his sin of entering the ritual storehouse. Guess that was manly of him. Don't even care if the storehouse is forbidden anymore. Whatever. That rule came from those who believed it was even a sacred place at all. Mion, you called Rika-chan and Satoko the day before last, didn't you? I don't remember doing so. If you have a reason to think so, could you let me hear it? It was evening, before dinner time. Rika-chan should have come here, bringing a big bottle of soy sauce, to have you share some with her. Rena spoke with confidence. She wasn't even trying to gauge my reaction. She was simply telling me the truth. That cleverness was very pleasant to see. Why do you think that? It's not hard to understand. Mi-chan, you saw it too, didn't you? Rika-chan's room. There was chilled tofu, but no soy sauce. Plus, the big bottle of soy sauce that should have been under the sink was nowhere to be found. What? Is that why she would have come here? Rena sure is sharp. Tried to beat around the bush, but she was confident in her conclusions. She was cornering me. She was doing such a great job, too. It really put me at ease. Okay, demon. Rena knows what she's talking about. What kind of excuse are you going to come up with now? It's a long explanation, so I'll get to the point. The contents of that refrigerator provided a vivid account of what you said over the phone when you lured her out. There it is. This game is over. Rena, I was right about you. I don't like you. You really are just too sharp. Shion is so obtuse that she never even recognized the side of you. That's... I had no idea I had such an incredible detective right next to me the whole time. Can't believe you'd figure out everything down to the phone conversation just from what was inside the fridge. You got me there. You got me. You got me. Ah! I laughed like crazy. I laughed because I was having so much fun. I sensed the poison inside of my stomach dissipating and felt free and refreshed. Mion, the police have suspected you for a long time now. Ushi-san's officers have had the house under observation so that they could break in at any time. Kei-chan was threatening me. He was telling me I couldn't run or resist, so I should just surrender and accept my fate. You aren't doing that intensely enough, Kei-chan. Shouldn't you grab my collar and knock me to the ground? Today is the day I'm prepared to die. After that, they went easy, because they just wanted to know the reason why Mion committed such crimes. Y'all are being too lenient about this. I'm a demon. I'm a murderer. Are you saying that if you can understand the reasoning, murder is okay? A demon is a demon. A murderer is a murderer. Whether their motive is to have fun, to live, or to take revenge, that makes no difference. Why do you even want to know that? Why don't you just tackle me and take me to the police? Look, there. The demon is trying to deceive you. To deceive you. It's a pleasure to meet you both. I am the successor of the Sonozaki family, Mion. Welcome to the Sonozaki family's house today. I'd like to greet you on behalf of our leader, Oryu. You seem to want to ask various questions. I'd like to answer everything as clearly as possible. Then told them about the strange events that led to Onugafichi becoming Hinamizawa, which Takana-san had told me about before. About half of it was the truth, but the other half was completely made up. Damn. So wait, I guess the bit about the grandpa and the man-made the canned food, that was human flesh, that's probably made up, right? Also adjusting the chair. I just made it sound like it was the only natural their best friend committed such a gruesome crime. Keiichi and Reno were both overwhelmed by the history of Onugafuchi village, which was solved by this gloomy fate. Oh well, I guess I made it sound interesting enough. I'm sure they enjoyed hearing me tell the story. That was actually the part I didn't like. But you know, I'm the one who committed the incidents that happened in the present time. What was the point in listening to those old folk tales? You think it will make your best friend's crime easier to swallow? You're just trying to satisfy yourselves. I'm a demon. I'm a murderer. I've sinned. These old folk tales have nothing to do with the crimes I've committed. The way those two listened to me so intensely almost made it fun. I told them that people used to make canned human meat and conducted gruesome research during the war. Those were things Takano-san told me. Hey, you two. Haven't you realized yet? Haven't you realized that what I'm talking about has nothing to do with what you're dealing with right now? You both look so serious. You two are such fools. Is that meta? So that Hunamazawa village might once more be like Onigafuchi village, so that we may again be a sacred existence, worthy of worship. That's the mission of those who inherit the demon of the Sonozaki main family. Those who inherit the demon? For generations, the Sonozaki family has had a custom of including the character for demon in the names of its successors. If you write out my name on your hand, it should appear plain as day. Keiichi tried to write Mion on his palm. Oh, she's right. The character for demon isn't there. Not only in my name, either. Demon is engraved on my body as well. I stood up and made to show my bare back. Of course, I don't actually have a tattoo there. It's okay, Mii-chan. You don't need to show us, okay? Thank you. I laughed a little. They must really believe that I'm their best friend, Mion. My goodness, the demon has won already. They were doing so well at the beginning, too. I eventually sat back down after I finished telling my made-up tearjerker stories. It's your loss if you all shed any tears now. I looked at Keiichi. He wasn't crying, but he was overcome by emotion. I looked at Rena. Surprisingly, she still maintained an aggressive look, showing me her will to fight. But Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, you killed them, didn't you, Mii-chan? You're good, Rena. You know what I just told you is an excuse for murder. You usually act like such a goofball, but that's not how you really are. Sure are something. You're far sharper than Shion. I'm not saying that it's okay if you killed other people. Regardless, Mii-chan. You killed Rika-chan and Satoko-chan. I'm not trying to justify what I've done. I have a demon inside of me. Demon is in my name, in my body, and also in my soul. But the demon wasn't the one who killed them. I did. Sonozaki Mion did. Rika-chan and Satoko died because Mion wanted them dead. That will never change. You're right, Rena. Come on, Rena. Try to figure out who I really am. I still believe Shion, my victim, is the real culprit. Poor Shion. I'm making Rena believe that you're responsible. That was it for Rena, though. She couldn't figure out I was Mion. Please, turn yourself in. Rena spoke to Mion. We'll go with you. We'll never leave a friend by yourself. Crying children and Rena are the only things I can't beat. Too bad, Rena. I've won. I'm well aware of how serious my own crimes are. Even if they accept me turning myself in, I'll probably never be able to come back here. So I'd like you to hear one last selfish request. What is it? 30 minutes is fine. Just let me have some time alone with Kei-chan. Eh? Keiichi looked startled to suddenly hear his name. You're so insensitive, Keiichi. That's what made my sister cry. Keiichi-kun, is that okay with you? If you don't want to, then I won't make you. She's right. It's okay if you don't want to. After all, I'm a demon. And Kei-chan is a bona fide human who moved here from somewhere else. For us to be compatible, as long as Oishiro-sama doesn't exist to mediate, it simply isn't possible. Keiichi hesitated a little. Come on, Kei-chan, condemn me. Condemn me and tell me you would never go. Sure, it's fine. Thank you. Fool. I'd like to thank you too, Keiichi-kun. Rena stood up. As promised, she made to leave. It's fine, Rena. You can wait right here. I just want to go around the garden with Kei-chan. If you're bored, you can go to my room. You can read any manga you like. And if there are any volumes you want, you might as well take them. I don't want to. Mii-chan's books belong to Mii-chan. Rena couldn't bring them back home with her so freely. Such a good kid, only at times like these. like this. I took Rena's head and rubbed it like Satoshi-kun used to do to me. Hold on. I have a text. Okay, let's go. Kei-chan. The game was over. Too bad, Rena. At least this was more fun than if Kei-chan came alone. If he did, he could have asked me to run away with him after hearing my stories. Rena's eyes were like those of a judge. In those eyes, I sensed both affection and observance. I said 30 minutes, so she would probably only wait for 30 minutes. If I took even a second longer, she'd call Wishi. I'm a little disappointed. Rena still thinks I'm Mion. She didn't manage to see through me. Thought someone like her would see the demon in me. Guess I was wrong. Too bad. Keiichi followed me after putting his shoes on. Can I hold your arm? Such a humble request. I don't mind. I took Keiichi's arm. It was as warm as Satoshi-kun's. I felt a little bewildered. Do you get kind of nervous with your arm through mine? You're not thinking of, for example, that I'd suddenly put you in a world-class joint lock or anything. You two say the same things. I don't think that. At all. He was remembering the time when I'd held his arm in town. I think Shion liked you, Kei-chan. I see. Told him how my sister felt. Shion was with Satoshi-kun for a long time, but what they had was friendship. They never had anything more than that. That was why she fell in love with Keiichi. If I were in her position, I would also fall in love with him. If Shion was able to fall in love with him, then I could fall in love with him too. Keiichi smiled gently. You almost saw Satoshi-kun in that smile. The Keiichi I knew was worthless and superficial. I never realized he could smile like Satoshi-kun. Mion and Shion, you got along well, didn't you? Well, I wonder. Kei-chan, do you think your right hand and left hand get along? Huh? My right hand and left hand? I don't think you could describe them as getting along. Or not. That's how our relationship is. You can't measure it by how well we get along. We've been together since we were born. We've been living in this world as a pair. But I was Mion, and she was Shion. Mion was treated specially, and I insisted on being her. Of course, that was unpleasant for Shion. Deciding to be fair, we switched places all the time. We were probably different from our other identical twins. We didn't only like the same things or do things the same way. We even managed to share our knowledge and experiences. When we talked about our experiences, we could share them. As Mion and Shion, we shared everything. That was why each of us was both Mion and Shion at the same time. No, maybe Shion was the only one who thought that way. I was a little different than that. I was simply letting Shion be Mion once in a while. I was Mion, the successor to the Sonozaki family. I was supposed to be treated specially. I always thought that was my privilege. Just like everyone tried to distinguish between Mion and Shion, I also tried to distinguish between us. For example, one of your hands is dominant, so there would always be a better hand. If you only had one of it, you would put it on your dominant hand without thinking, right? I think maybe it was like that for us. That doesn't mean, though, that anyone would be okay with losing their left hand. It's that kind of unexplainable relationship. I think that maybe you live too close together and just stop being able to see it, but I think that means you get along really well. I'm an only child, so the day before the festival, I was really jealous of when you and Shion were messing around with each other. I think you're jealous of something that doesn't exist. Yes, we twins used to have a lot of fun trading places with each other. But now that we have such distinctly different personalities, our resemblance only gets in the way. As an older sister, I felt it was mean for thinking that way. So as punishment, I became Shion. Who am I? Never had a solid identity in the first place. I was Mion. Then I was Shion. I should have just accepted that. But something has changed. I don't even know if I'm Mion or Shion anymore. I would have been stupid enough to hope that Rena would figure that out for me. Shion is still alive. Really? Keiichi looked into my eyes. I nodded quietly. Yeah. I'd been thinking to give her the most horrible death of all, so I kept her locked up. I never did think of a good way to do it, though. This was a lie. I've already come up with ideas, and I've already begun to execute them. I dumped the hag into the well in front of Shion. I dumped Kimiyoshi and Rika in there. I even killed Satoko, too. Right now I'm planning to kill Keiichi, who Shion fell in love with. I'm a demon. Any such gruesome act is simply pleasure to me. That's when I felt a warm hand rubbing my head. It wasn't Satoshi-san, but Keiichi's. Keiichi and Satoshi-kun are totally different. Why did Shion fall in love with him? His rough hand didn't make me happy. That he understood my feelings was just my imagination. I wasn't happy. It didn't feel good. It didn't. Come with me. I want you to see all of my sins. Although Kei-chan might be the worst thing you've ever seen. I'm gonna commit my final crime. Gonna let you see it. Gonna let Shion see it. When I do, are you still gonna think I'm your best friend? Or Shion? Kei-chan is gonna die thinking it's you who's killing him. If you want to turn back, now's your chance. I don't know what impression you have of me on Sonozaki, but it will surely change once you go inside. It'll never change. I'll say it as many times as I need to. Me on Sonozaki is the best friend I could ever have. You're such a fool. You don't sound cool at all. I don't understand human feelings because I'm now a demon. But I think I can understand why she loves you. I opened the iron door to the underground storehouse and beckoned Keiichi inside. Come on, Keiichi. This is obviously a trap, don't you see? This basement is transparently suspicious. Don't you think you should run to the police? Keiichi was reckless. He swallowed, then stepped inside. Huh. You really are a fool. We went down the stairs to the basement and I led him into the torture room. Everyone is shocked their first time visiting this room. It used to be that way. Of course, Keiichi looked surprised too, but he was trying not to show it. Obviously he wanted to express his shock at seeing this horrifying room, but he also knew that if he voiced that shock that he would be rejecting his best friend, who was trying to confess her sins to him. So he did everything he could to stifle his surprise. According to something the family head from a long time ago wrote, blood splatter has impact despite the fact that it doesn't tax the sacrifice. Watanagashi was meant as a deterrent after all. My ancestors thought up all different kinds of showy torture. That's a space for the audience. Watanagashi is a deterrent after all. It wouldn't make sense if there were no guests. Keiichi smiled quietly as he listened to me. No matter what cruelty came out of my mouth, he would embrace me. Is this really the superficial Keiichi Maebara I knew? Right here is where I killed everyone. There were no spectators to watch me, but I held a Watanagashi of my own. Well, perhaps there was one spectator. Huh? A spectator? Me. I, the demon, was watching the entire time Mion held the ceremony. I started to laugh. How many hints do you need, Keiichi? When are you going to figure out I'm not really your best friend? Come on, hurry up. You're running out of time. The game is almost over. This was a game. This was a game of murder. I'd killed people using my revenge for Satoshi-kun as an excuse. The demon was trying to capture Keiichi and kill him before Mion's eyes. But Keiichi had a chance. If he figured out I wasn't his best friend, then he'd win. If not, he was out. When did I come up with that rule? Guess it was sometime today. Or did I come up with it just a minute ago? Since the two of them aren't too bright, I decided to be easy on them, I guess. You are Mion's best friends, right? Don't you believe in her? Have you already made Mion into a murderer within yourselves? Why don't you try to protect that Mion within you? Why don't you try to believe that your friend can't be a murderer? If you could believe until the very end, like Satoko did, you'd have realized that wasn't Mion, your best friend, but just someone who looks like her. But if you can't, if you still believe that I'm Mion, then you're just like me. I killed the Satoshi-kun within me so easily, and you will do the same. You don't deserve to live. Back there is the prison. Is Shion there? I'm not gonna make it. Once we reach Shion's cell, your time is up. The demon will win. Shion! Is that Shion? Kei-chan. Is that you, Kei-chan? Keiichi ran to the cell. You alright, Shion? Are you hurt? No. Shion screamed. I was standing right behind Keiichi. It was time. My preparations to kill the boy she loved were complete. For her, this was going to be the worst possible torture. Calm down, Shion. Everything's over now. Everything. Keiichi tried to quell Shion's distress by talking to her in a calm voice. It was such a funny sight. Keiichi was the only one who had no idea what was going on. Shion, how have you been? No more, please. No more. I don't want to see anyone else die. If you hate me, then just kill me already. I'm the one you hate most, right? Kill me right now. Sis. Calm down, Shion. It's all over now. It's gonna be alright. So calm down. Relax. I won't kill you. No, I won't kill you just yet. It's game over. Gave you enough chances. You cornered me quite well once, but that was it. You couldn't figure out that I'm not your best friend, Mion. You couldn't believe that Mion isn't a murderer. Please stop. Don't kill Kei-chan. Kei-chan has nothing to do with this, does he? Or Kei-chan. Oh, right. If you're gonna kill someone, then kill me right now. I don't want anyone else to die. Ah, ha 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 ha. If you want to die that badly, then after I've killed this man, I'll take my time making mincemeat out of you. In accordance with the ancient rites, I'll do it slowly, starting with your extremities. I'll shave you down and mince you to bits. I had that mincing machine set up specifically for you, after all. Or would it be funnier if I were to mince up Kei-chan in front of you? Hey, quit it already. What do you have to gain by scaring her at this point? No, Kei-chan, run away. Here you are, demon. Go ahead and take my soul. I've been living my life to avenge Satoshi-kun, but that wasn't what he wanted from me. That was just for my own satisfaction. Couldn't even face Satoshi-kun, so I'll bring this to an end the way I want. The world became a total mess. Satoshi-kun hates me and I hate myself too. I'm gonna complete my revenge. I don't want anyone to sympathize with me. Won't pretend to be some tragic heroine either. I'm gonna become a murderer that nobody could sympathize with. So please, grant a suitable final moment to me. A bluish-white flash filled the huge cave. Keiichi fell down like a doll. Meow. Shion reached out to him from the other side of the bars. She screamed at me not to kill Keiichi. Go ahead, cry, and blame me. Don't even think of offering your forgiveness. I'm the most rotten existence in this world. So please, grant me the worst possible ending. Shion begged me desperately to let Keiichi go. I simply abused her, slandered her, and disgraced her. The more Shion suffered, the deeper I'd fallen to hell. It wasn't enough. It wasn't even close to deep enough. It wasn't deep enough to compensate for my sins. I dragged Keiichi to the table that I tried to put Satoko on, and restrained him there. Keiichi began to move sluggishly. The stun gun must have not worked too well on him. Can you hear it, Shion? I'm gonna get started now. Savor Kei-chan's fresh screams to your heart's content. Give it a fucking rest. Keiichi squeezed out those words. He sounded good, like he was about to bite me. Awake at last, are we? Lied before, you know. About having wanted to give Shion the most miserable death of all, but locking her up because I hadn't thought of a good way yet. That was a lie. I smiled as I laid out the huge nails and hammers specifically made for the nail table. I let her hear the screams of all those people that died because of her. And after they've soaked into her very soul, then I'll kill her. Got pretty good taste, huh? Hehehehe. Who are you? Huh. I'm Mion. Mion Sanazaki. Have you lost your mind from fear? No, you're not. There's no way you can be Mion Sanazaki. I stopped moving. Kei-chan. Shit. I decided the naming game would be over once we reached Shion's cell. Therefore, even if I guessed this time, it wouldn't be too late. Oh well. Sure. I'll listen to you. This is your last chance. I see. Then if I'm not Mion, who am I? Come on, Kei-chan. Guess who I am. Why don't you try and save Mion, this girl who fell in love with you. The girl who fell in love with you. A demon. Huh? You're not Mion. Mion was just here. Give her back. Kei-chan, is your brain really doing okay? You're not going crazy with fear. Don't touch me, you damn demon. Give her back. Give Mion back. My best friend, give Mion back. I listened to him with a blank expression. No, it's nonsense to demand Mion's return when she's right in front of me. But, this person in front of me can't possibly be Mion. I can't accept that. That's great. So I'm not Mion or Shion. She doesn't even see me as my sister. No, wait, that's not it. Keiichi protected the Mion in his heart until the end. He didn't accept the fact that Mion was a murderer. Not just that either. He protected the Shion in his heart as well. Didn't conclude that if Mion wasn't a murderer, then it must have been Shion. To Keiichi, Shion was someone who always made fun of Mion. But that was it. It wasn't like they'd known each other for a long time. But Keiichi protected her. He protected Shion from being a murderer. That's why I'm a demon, and not Mion or Shion, huh? A demon, huh? A demon. That's stupid. But isn't that just right on the money? Maniacal laugh. More maniacal laugh. Kei-chan, are you trying to drown me in my own tears? Maniacal laugh. However, Keiichi didn't back off. Kept screaming. He screamed loudly so that I could hear his voice even when I was stuck inside of a demon. You can do it, Mion. Don't lose to this piece of shit demon. You're strong. Show me how strong you are. Laughter. Lots of laughter. Surely he isn't talking to me knowing that I'm the real Mion, right? He's just confusing us again. So there's no reason to let my heart be disturbed by Keiichi's screams towards Mion. Come on, Mion. Mion. Why did you lose to a demon like this? You're not that weak, are you? Don't give up. Fight. Fight. He's right. I didn't fight back. How did he know? How did he know I didn't fight back? Lost to the demon. After all, I'm weak, not strong enough to defeat the demon. Even so, Keiichi continued to talk to Mion. His voice had become hoarse, and he had begun sobbing. He kept mumbling, Mion, Mion. Kei-chan, this may not be something pleasant to take to the grave with you, but you really seem to want to know, so I'll tell you just one thing. A long time ago, the demon came to live inside me. It was gnawing at my heart, trying to spur me to violence, but I suppressed it with my reason. The demon had become quiet, and I got to thinking it had gone away somewhere. As it turned out, I was wrong. It hadn't left. It was just sleeping inside me. That was the truth. When I learned about Satoshi-kun's disappearance, my weak soul couldn't take the sadness, and anger filled me to the brim. But the insanity had stopped there. Time had healed me and embraced me with memories of Satoshi-kun. The demon woke up again due to a certain small opportunity. What do you think that opportunity was? Such a little thing. This might be strange for me, a demon, to say, but you're the reason that everything got so messed up. A tear rolled down my cheek. At the time, if you had given me that doll you got without hesitation, maybe everything wouldn't have gotten so twisted. You probably can't understand. I wouldn't expect you to. But you see, all sorts of things just started falling over like dominoes after that, and soon it was too much for me to control. It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of knocking over the first one, since it was so small. But you're the one who set them up. If Kei-chan hadn't done something so insensitive, Shion wouldn't have cried. Shion cried. Talk to me about it. That had reminded me of Satoshi-kun. I became jealous of her for having someone she loved so close to her. It's a very small jealousy. That little feeling woke up the demon who was sleeping deep inside of me. After that, I just let the demon take over. The demon ate up all of the sadness for my loss of Satoshi-kun, and filled my heart with the notion of revenge, even though I knew that wouldn't make Satoshi-kun happy. Then the scary incidents that followed dragged me to hell, from whence there was no escape. That can't be, can it? It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of it. Even so, Kei-chan, you are without a doubt the cause. If you had nonchalantly given me the doll that day, then I don't think this would have happened. Was I simply transferring the blame to Keiichi? Such a tiny thing woke up the demon inside of me. The demon would have woken up eventually. I was at fault. I didn't fight back. I let the demon live in my soul. And I let the demon possess me. Oh. Keiichi didn't hide his tears. They were pouring down his cheeks. Maybe he was crying in my place since I'd become a demon and couldn't cry of my own will. Can I start now then? This method of torture is very simple. I'll nail one of these into the first joint of your left pinky finger. Then I'll nail each one in order until I get to your thumb. Then I'll go back to your pinky and nail one into the joint in the middle. So on, until I hammer 15 nails into your left hand. When that's over with, I'll do your right hand next. After that, if you're still conscious, I'll tell you. There are a lot of nerves bundled in your fingertips, so it hurts far more than you could imagine. Some people apparently pass out before you finish hammering 30 nails into their hands, so... I put a nail into Keiichi's left pinky. Once I hit it with the huge hammer, it would start. And it would be over. Didn't hesitate at all when I was torturing the others. But somehow I do when it's you. This will satisfy your demon, Mion. If it will sate the demon, then do to me what you will. Didn't understand what he just said, so I tried to repeat his words in my head. Are you serious? Compared to how much I hurt Mion, this is nothing, right? Do as much as you want. In exchange, promise me 2 things. After you're satisfied with causing me pain, forgive Shion. She's been punished enough to make up for her crime of sneaking to the storehouse, hasn't she? You, after all this, you still care about Shion more than yourself? I am Mion Sonozaki. So why are my eyes growing so damp when hearing Keiichi show concern for Shion? The other thing is that when you've had your fill, you disappear. Give that body back to Mion. That's all. You know Are you not even considering possibly begging for your life or anything? Can I ask you to promise 3 things instead of 2? The third is to leave me alive. You said 2 in the beginning, didn't you? So you can't have any more. That's a shame. Even in this situation, Keiichi and I joked around and laughed. Then I knew. Hold on. Well, that's an unfortunate time. Kicked over you leave. I guess we got a quick save. We gotta go. So we'll finish this, and then we'll start, I guess. I mean, we should last longer, and we should be able to do a longer stream tomorrow. Just depends. But yeah, May 20th, 10:02 a.m. Okay. Alright, we'll pick this up, finish it, have a good time, and then, yeah. Don't think there's any shoutouts, right? Nah. Other than that, thanks for tuning in. Catch you guys later, have a good one, and bye.